My name is Olivia, and I'm a 32-year-old housewife. My husband, Liam, is 34 and works an ordinary office job. We've been married for 8 years and have a precious daughter named Ava, who is 6 years old. Ava is incredibly adorable, and both Liam and I are completely smitten with her. I have an older sister, Emma, who is 3 years older than me. She recently turned 35 and went through a divorce due to a personality clash, becoming a single mother to her 4-year-old son, Noah. One day, we planned to go to the zoo with Emma and Noah. Unfortunately, I caught a cold at the wrong time. When I tried to cancel the outing, Liam kindly offered to take the day off from work, not wanting to disappoint the kids, even though it meant he and Emma would be alone together with the children. I didn't think anything of it. However, one day when I was walking through the shopping district after running errands, I happened to see Liam and Emma sitting together in a cafe. I wondered why they were together, but as it was almost time for Ava to come home from her after-school program, I headed home, still feeling uneasy. That night, when Liam came home, I asked him about it. He explained that it had started raining and they happened to meet, so they went to the cafe to wait for the rain to stop. He seemed calm and nonchalant, so I trusted him at the time. But after that day, Liam started coming home late more frequently. He also began asking for more money, claiming he was short on cash. On his days off, he went out more often, and whenever Emma visited our house, their interaction seemed more familiar than before. Suspicion began to creep into my mind, even though our relationship with Ava remained as strong as ever. Then an incident occurred that made me realize something was amiss. Emma came over as usual and asked if I could take care of Noah for about a week. A friend had invited her on a trip to Hawaii, and it was difficult to bring Noah along. Emma pleaded, saying she needed a break after being so busy. I understood how hard it was for her since the divorce, and though reluctant, I agreed to help. As Emma's trip approached, Liam told me he would be away for a while on a business trip, visiting multiple areas over several days. I thought it was a tough coincidence, but I was shocked when I learned his departure date. It was the same day as Emma's trip to Hawaii. Was this really a coincidence? Liam's increasing phone use and secretive behavior made me more suspicious. When Emma visited, their interaction seemed unusually close. On the day of Emma's departure, she arrived early in the morning with Noah. The moment I held Noah's hand and immediately noticed something was off. His hand was unusually hot and his body felt feverish when I lifted him. I didn't need a thermometer to know he had a high fever. Emma, doesn't Noah have a fever? I asked. Yes, he's been running a fever since yesterday. It hasn't gone down yet, she admitted. What? We have to take him to the hospital right away. Surely your son's health should be more important than a trip, I insisted. But then Emma said something outrageous. So I'm counting on you. What? You're leaving your child here while he has a fever? I was incredulous. I have no choice, do I? I made the promise a long time ago. It's ridiculous to pay a cancellation fee, she replied. That's not the point, is it? Isn't Noah the most important here? I argued. Of course he's important, but I'm not worried because you're here, Olivia. Take good care of him for me, Emma said. Wait, Emma. Despite my attempts to stop her, Emma left. I couldn't believe it. Noah was suffering from a high fever, and she left him in my care. Noah seemed to be really struggling, probably because of the strain of moving while having a high fever. I quickly laid him down on the bed and placed a cold, wet towel on his forehead. While I was preparing an ice pillow in the freezer, Liam woke up. Liam, it seems Noah has a fever, I said. Really? Is that so? He replied sleepily. Emma is terrible. She's going on a trip, leaving Noah in this state, I fumed. Well, she had planned it long ago, right? She probably can't cancel at this point, he reasoned. You too, Liam. Poor Noah. If you feel that way, you should take good care of him, I said. Liam, can't you do something about your business trip? If Noah has some contagious disease, he might pass it to Ava. I'll take care of Noah, so I want you to take care of Ava, I pleaded. As a mother who loves her daughter dearly, I reluctantly agreed. Work is important, but surely our daughter is even more important. However, my expectations were betrayed. What? That's impossible. You should know that, I exclaimed. If you're worried, just leave her at your parents' house, Liam suggested. Even if you say that, my parents are busy with work and your parents' house is too far away to go now, I countered. Then there's no choice, Liam replied. Well, all we need to do is let Noah sleep. It'll be fine, he said casually. Say that so casually. What do you want me to do then? I retorted. It's time. I have to go. I'll be going then. Liam hurried off, leaving me behind. I quickly called my parents. They couldn't take a day off work on such short notice, but my mother promised to leave early and come pick up Ava as soon as possible, which gave me some relief. While waiting for my mother to arrive, I kept Ava confined to her room, feeling sorry for her. Meanwhile, Noah's condition seemed to be worsening. In addition to this fever, he started to cough in the early afternoon. When my mother arrived early from work, I immediately took Noah to the pediatrician. On the way to the hospital, my heart ached seeing Noah suffer even from the car ride. The doctor diagnosed it as a common cold and prescribed an antipyretic, advising me to monitor his condition closely. However, I was warned to call an ambulance without hesitation if his fever rose further or if he became dangerously delirious. I'm sorry, Mom, I whispered to myself, overwhelmed with concern for Noah's well-being. I suddenly had to ask you to take care of Ava. Don't worry about it. More importantly, I'm worried about Noah. My mother assured me over the phone. Noah was as dear to my parents as Ava. After finishing the call with my mother, I felt an urge to call my husband's company. I needed to know the location of his supposed business trip in case of emergencies. The response confirmed my worst fears. He was on paid leave. Looking up at the sky, a bad premonition began to feel real. I opened my husband's laptop, which I had never seen before, and examined his search history. The destination was Hawaii, and all arrangements, plane tickets and hotel reservations, had been made by him. I recognized the name of the hotel. It was where my sister had mentioned staying. My sister and husband in Hawaii at the same hotel at the same time. Such a coincidence was implausible, not even 1 in 10,000. The fact that my husband, who claimed to be on a business trip, was on paid leave in Hawaii was abnormal. Out of curiosity, I checked my sister's social media. There were no new posts, but her recent ones showed her often with someone. The clothing visible in the photos looked all too familiar. What turned my suspicion into certainty was a picture where the person with her wore a watch that I had given my husband, not expensive, but distinct in design. This person, clearly not my husband, appeared in multiple photos with her, wearing the same clothes and watch. The possibility of coincidence was virtually zero. Then I found the conclusive photo in an album labeled Window Shopping. My sister was reflected in a shop window, and at the edge of the photo, unmistakably, was my husband. My sister, elated, had likely posted the photo without realizing he was in the reflection. With trembling hands, I saved all the photos. There was no doubt now. My sister and husband were having an affair. They were together right now, and it felt like everything fell into place. The foundation I had built with my husband was crumbling all at once. I called them repeatedly, but each time an automated voice message played, it seemed they had turned off their phones. Noah's fever still hadn't subsided, and seeing his pained expression, anger began to well up inside me. Despite a young child suffering so much, despite my own tough situation, at this very moment, my sister and husband were likely laughing and enjoying their trip to Hawaii. Could there be a more cruel story than this? Shaking with anger, I tried to think about what to do next. But that would have to wait. First and foremost, I needed to wait for Noah to recover. Yet there was no sign of his fever decreasing. If anything, it seemed to be getting worse. I was shocked when I took his temperature minus 107 degrees. Children are susceptible to high fevers. Ava had once had a fever of 104 degrees, but never this high. Why wasn't the fever reducer working? Noah was completely exhausted, and any movement seemed to cause him pain. Desperate to suppress the panic threatening to overwhelm me, I was just considering calling an ambulance when my smartphone buzzed. "Mommy," Noah murmured weakly, his face contorted in pain, calling out for his mother. "I can't forgive them. I'll never forgive them," I vowed silently, my vision clouding with rage. Just as it seemed my anger would consume me, Noah's condition suddenly took a turn for the worse. A week had passed since then, and despite my sorrow, today was a clear day. I found myself staring blankly at the wide blue sky, tears streaming down my face. I had lost count of how many times I had cried, yet my tears showed no signs of drying up. Ava's hand trembled in mine, and as I lifted her up, I could see my parents, also in tears, comforting her. Other family members and friends gathered, all sharing in our grief. Everyone, without exception, was in tears. Suddenly, my smartphone vibrated. I set Ava down and glanced at the display. It was my sister's name. Hello, I answered hesitantly. Oh, Olivia, it's been a while. I just got back from Hawaii. I'm at the airport now, and I'm going to pick up Noah next. Thanks for looking after him. My sister's voice came through the line as if from another world. I uttered a phrase as if whispering, "Our dear has gone to heaven." A single tear, which I thought I had under control, spilled over. Unable to comprehend my words, my sister asked back in a bewildered voice over the phone, "Heaven? What are you talking about? That makes no sense." "So our loved one is in heaven while you were enjoying your trip to Hawaii," I said, struggling to contain my emotions. "I don't understand what you're saying," my sister replied, sounding confused. "You'll understand when you get here. The funeral is over, and we're now at the crematorium." "What? The crematorium?" My sister's voice was filled with shock and disbelief, and the phone call abruptly ended. "No, no." My sister rushed out of the taxi, desperation etched on her face. She called out his name and looked around frantically, but Noah wasn't there. "Where is he?" "He's not here." "Of course he isn't," I said softly, pointing in the direction of the crematorium. Though modern crematoriums don't emit smoke like the old ones, there was no mistaking the solemn reality. Someone was being cremated right now. "About Noah. The day you dropped him off, his fever suddenly spiked to 107 degrees Fahrenheit. 107 degrees? My sister's voice faltered. The antipyretic we got from the pediatrician didn't work, and his condition deteriorated rapidly. We called an ambulance in a panic, but no. I couldn't bring myself to finish the sentence. "We're in the middle of a funeral right now," I continued, spreading my arms towards the crematorium. "Hey, what's going on? What happened to Noah? Why are you here?" a man shouted, breaking the silence. It was my husband, shock and disbelief evident in his voice. "It doesn't matter why I'm here. What about Noah?" I retorted sharply. "Of course it matters." My husband's voice was strained, filled with urgency and concern. With nothing left to lose, I faced my husband, ready to confront the truth. I shouted back, "What kind of nerve do you two have to abandon your family and go on a fair trip? Noah was sick with a fever, and despite my plea for help, you ignored us and went on your trip. Are you out of your mind? What are you saying?" "I've known for a long time. When I contacted your company, they said you had taken paid leave. When I checked the computer, there was a reservation for a trip to Hawaii, staying on the same flight and in the same hotel as my sister. You think you can explain that away as a coincidence?" At my intense accusation, my husband was left speechless. "Olivia, tell me, is Noah?" His voice broke. "How can you ask that question now? Why do you think we're here? Why do you think we're wearing mourning clothes at the crematorium? Don't you understand?" I demanded, my voice trembling with emotion. "No, no." My sister's scream pierced the tense air, collapsing into tears. I looked down at her with cold eyes. "You have no right to cry, Emma. You're the worst kind of person, abandoning your son to go on a trip with your sister's husband." "I was so lonely all by myself, that's why. That's why." Emma's voice quivered. "So you laid hands on my husband?" I accused. "What? I did nothing wrong." "I'm not in the wrong," Emma insisted, unbelievably lashing out in anger. "I didn't choose to have a child, nor did I choose to become a single mother. When my ex-husband and I divorced, I wanted him to take custody of Noah, but he refused. So I did my best to raise him on my own. But to think Noah would? No, Emma." The one comforting my crying sister was my husband. It seemed he had no intention of hiding their affair any longer. "Don't be selfish. Our parents and I have helped as much as we can. Leaving the sick child alone to have an affair is no excuse." I lashed out at them. "You don't even realize how despicable you are. You're the worst." "Hey, Olivia, aren't you being too harsh on your sister?" "Emma is shocked because Noah has passed away," my husband interjected. "Shut up. Don't you dare act superior. Just so you know, we're getting a divorce. I'll make you pay for everything you owe, so be prepared." "What? What does that have to do with this?" "It has everything to do with this." I yelled back at him, my sister crying in the background. The situation had become a battlefield. Our parents approached us in the midst of the chaos. My sister, tear-streaked, blamed them. "Dad, Mom, why didn't you take proper care of Noah? Why did you let this happen?" she cried out. Suddenly, a dry slapping sound echoed through the tension. It was our father who had slapped my sister's cheek. Don't be ridiculous. You abandoned your child and yet you blame others. You even went on a trip with your sister's husband. Shameless. I feel ashamed as a father for raising you like this, he condemned her. My sister cried even harder at our father's harsh words. I contemplated slapping my husband, but before I could act, a small boy's voice cut through the turmoil. Mom. My sister turned sharply. There he was. No. Noel, she exclaimed, moving towards him, but the man holding Noel quickly stepped back, out of her reach. Hey, what are you doing, Lucas? I demanded. The man holding Noel was my sister's ex-husband, the man who had divorced her due to their personal conflicts. That's what I should be saying. What are you doing, leaving Noel alone? It's none of your business. Noel is my son too, he argued fiercely. I followed the prevailing opinion that a mother is better because you insisted on not sharing custody, no matter how many times. I warned you, you wouldn't let me see him, and as I feared, it came to this. You have no right to be Noah's mother. Shut up. All you have to do is quietly pay child support. I'll pay whatever it takes for Noah's sake, but you didn't take care of him. You left him alone. You didn't even know how dangerous his condition was, and you were off on a pleasure trip. On that day when Noah's condition suddenly deteriorated, I panicked and called an ambulance. I called my parents and Lucas, Noah's father. While treatment was being given after arriving at the hospital, he was quite surprised when I told him my sister was on a pleasure trip with my husband. Afterwards, Noah, who was discharged from the hospital in good health, was recuperating at Lucas's parents' house. Wait, so Noah is safe, right? I asked my bewildered husband, staring at the crematorium. It's her grandmother, I explained. Our grandmother, who was bedridden due to her advanced age, has been under care at a nursing home. She passed away from old age the other day. Even though she was bedridden, she had a clear mind and doted on her great-grandchildren, Ava and Noah. When we occasionally visited her at the facility, her wrinkled face would crinkle even more. At the sudden farewell, I, my parents, and Ava were unable to cope and just wept. Noah, being just out of illness, didn't attend the funeral. But I called my sister to this crematorium after informing Lucas that Noah was fine since his fever had completely gone down. You tricked me, my sister accused, staring daggers at us. We were the ones who wanted to accuse her. I didn't hear that Grandma had passed away either. My sister shouted. I called multiple times to tell you that Grandma had passed away, but your phone was turned off. Both of you were unreachable. Even though Grandma was kind to you, it's unacceptable to be late enough. Key, it's mocking me. No, let's go. You'd rather be with Mommy than this man, right, Lucas? I said firmly, trying to take no back from Lucas. It was Father scolding my sister who was confronting Lucas. Are you still thinking that you can keep No with you even after all this? Listen, what you did was on the verge of breaking the law. It's called parental neglect. You failed as a mother. Don't think that you can ever be by Noah's side again. Noah will be raised by Lucas. Dad, no way. We have even hired a lawyer and decided to fully cooperate with Lucas. You are no longer our daughter. Be prepared for us to cut ties, Mom. My sister's face turned pale at the disavowment from her parents. I stood imposingly in front of my sister and husband. My husband and I are getting a divorce. Why don't you two get along? You should be fine not seeing each of your children. After all, you left them behind to go on a trip overseas. Hearing this, my husband started yelling. Wait, Olivia, it was just a moment of weakness, just a fling with Emma. What's most important to me are you and Ava. Then my sister exploded. What did you say? A fling. You said you don't love Olivia anymore, that you only love me. Shut up. I love my daughter. Don't mess with me. My husband and sister resumed their quarrel. We left them arguing and departed with my grandmother's ashes. After that intense dispute, mediation ended peacefully since I had appointed a lawyer. Noah went to his father's place. I thought he would feel sad about being apart from his mother, but he was actually happy. It seemed my sister was completely non-functional as a mother. My husband and I also had our disagreements. He was stubborn, but after being scolded by both sets of parents, he deflated. The final blow came from our daughter. I don't need daddy, Ava declared. Though only 6, she seemed to mature early and understood her father's behavior in her own way. When Ava looked at my husband like he was an insect, I couldn't help but laugh. There was no greater punishment for my ex-husband, who had adored her daughter. He now has the right to see Ava, but whether she wants to see him is up to her. So the dramatic situation came to an end. Ava and I moved back to our parents' home, living peacefully. Our parents were thrilled to have Ava around. Next year, she would start first grade, and we were excited about her school preparation. I also planned to get a job at the same time she started school. Noah visited every now and then with Lucas. His face was unrecognizably bright compared to before, filled with smiles. Meanwhile, while we were living joyfully, it seemed my sister and ex-husband ended their relationship easily. Perhaps it truly was just a fling for my ex-husband. Perhaps he was shocked at being disliked by his daughter, so he easily discarded my sister. However, his affair with his wife's sister became known in his company, and he was deemed to have character problems. He was sent to the provinces, making it even harder for him to see Ava. He deserved it. As for my sister, it seemed she lived like a hollow shell for a while, frustrated by being abandoned by everything. Eventually, she disappeared. We filed a missing persons report, but I had a feeling my sister would never be found.
The day I discovered I'd been replaced by a ghost was also the day I learned how deeply a mother's love could twist into something unrecognizable. I was 16, crouched behind the mahogany credenza in my father's study, when I heard my stepmother Petra's voice drift through the crack beneath the door. "Isaac, darling, we need to discuss Claire's future, or rather, our son's future." I froze, my hand still clutching the fountain pen I'd snuck in to borrow. Our son? Petra had been trying to conceive for years without success, but this was the first I'd heard of any pregnancy. "She's just not suitable," Petra continued. "A girl can't carry on the Hanson legacy the way a son would. When our boy comes, he'll need everything we can give him." My father's chair creaked, that familiar sound I'd grown up hearing whenever he was deep in thought. "Claire's my daughter Petra, my only child." "For now," Petra's voice hardened. "But she's soft, Isaac, too concerned with her environmental causes and social justice. Is that really who you want running your company? I'm Claire, by the way, the daughter who apparently wasn't enough. The girl who spent her childhood following her father around his manufacturing plant, learning every aspect of the family business, only to be rendered invisible by the promise of a son who didn't even exist." "Perhaps you're right," my father finally said, and my world cracked in half. "A son would be traditional, proper." I bit my lip so hard I tasted blood. Through the gap under the door, I watched their shadows merge and separate as Petra moved around the study. "We'll need to adjust your will," she said. "Set aside the bulk of the inheritance for our future son. Claire can have a small allowance, of course. We're not monsters." My father's laugh was hollow. "She won't like it. She doesn't have to like it. She just has to accept it." I didn't realize I was crying until a tear splashed onto my hand. The fountain pen I'd been clutching left ink stains on my fingers. The same fingers that used to hold my father's hand during our weekend walks, back when I was his whole world. That evening at dinner, I watched them both with new eyes. Petra wore her usual perfect smile, asking about my day with practiced maternal concern. My father avoided my gaze, suddenly fascinated by his roast beef. "I'm thinking of applying to law school," I announced, breaking their carefully orchestrated small talk. "Environmental law, specifically." Petra's fork clattered against her plate. "Oh, sweetie, wouldn't business school be more appropriate? Your father's company will go to my brother, won't it?" I met my father's eyes directly. "The son you're planning to have?" The color drained from both their faces. My father recovered first, straightening his spine like he did before every board meeting. "You were eavesdropping. And you were plotting to disinherit me for a child who doesn't exist." My voice didn't shake. I wouldn't give them that satisfaction. "Claire," Petra reached across the table, her perfectly manicured nails gleaming under the chandelier light. "You don't understand. A family legacy." "Stop." I pushed back from the table, the legs of my chair scraping against hardwood. Just stop pretending you care about me. I heard everything. My father finally found his voice. Sit down, Claire. We can discuss this rationally. Rationally? I laughed, and it sounded foreign to my own ears. There's nothing rational about choosing a fictional son over your real daughter. I walked out of that dining room with my head high, ignoring their calls to come back. In my bedroom, I pulled out the college acceptance letters I'd been hiding. Yale, Stanford, Columbia, all offering scholarships. I'd applied in secret, knowing this day would come, though I hadn't expected it to hurt quite so much. That night, as I packed my bags, I heard them arguing in their bedroom. Petra's voice rose above my father's attempts to shush her. She's ungrateful after everything we've done. Everything you've done, I whispered to myself, taping up another box, is show me exactly who you are. The next morning, I left before dawn. I took only what I could fit in my car, clothes, books, and the photo album from before Petra, when it was just Dad and me. I left a note on my pillow. Dear Father, I hope your son is everything you dreamed he'd be. Don't worry about my inheritance. I'll build my own legacy. Claire. As I drove away from the mansion that had never really felt like home, I caught a glimpse of my father in the window. He looked small somehow, diminished by the first light of dawn. Petra stood behind him, one hand on his shoulder, already the victor in a battle I hadn't known we were fighting. But that was okay. They wanted a son who would carry on the family name? Fine. I would become something better, someone who would make them wish they hadn't thrown away the daughter they had for the son they would never have. 12 years can change everything and nothing at all. I was sorting through case files in my office when Yasmin burst through the door, waving an envelope like a victory flag. Claire, you're not going to believe what just landed on my desk. She slapped the cream-colored envelope onto my mahogany desk, identical to the one I used to hide behind in my father's study. It's from Malcolm. My stomach twisted at the name. Malcolm, my father's longtime lawyer, the man who had helped draft the will that had written me out of my own family's legacy. Throw it away. It's marked urgent. Yasmin perched on the edge of my desk, her legal assistant badge swinging from her neck. And it's about your father. The familiar ache returned, the one I thought I'd buried under years of case wins and environmental victories. Unless he's finally had that mythical son he always wanted, I'm not interested. Claire, Yasmin's voice softened. He had a stroke. The world tilted slightly. I steadied myself against my desk, feeling the smooth surface under my palms. When? 3 days ago. He's stable, but... She pushed the envelope closer. Malcolm says there are things you need to know. Before I could respond, Brendan appeared in my doorway, his tie loosened after a long day in court. Ready to prep for the Thompson case? The logging company's lawyers are. Claire, you okay? I realized I was still staring at the envelope. I'm fine, just family stuff. Family stuff? Brendan raised an eyebrow. In the 12 years you've worked here, you've never once mentioned family. Because I don't have any. I grabbed my jacket. The Thompson case is more important. No, it's not. Brendan stepped fully into my office, closing the door behind him. Take the rest of the day. Deal with this. There's nothing to deal with. But my hands were already opening the envelope, Malcolm's precise handwriting swimming before my eyes. Dear Claire, your father's condition is serious. Before the stroke, he made changes to his will that you need to be aware of. Please come home. There are things that need to be said in person. Malcolm, home, I scoffed, crumpling the letter. That place hasn't been home since I was 16. Then maybe it's time to make peace with that, Yasmin said quietly, or at least get closure. I looked around my office, at the environmental law degrees on the wall. the framed newspaper articles about our victories against corporate polluters. I built all this without them. I don't need. Cut the crap, Brendan interrupted. You've spent 12 years fighting for other people's justice. Maybe it's time to fight for your own. My phone buzzed. A text from Petra. First contact in over a decade. Your father is asking for you. Don't make him beg. Manipulative as ever, I muttered, but my resolve was cracking. Take my car, Yasmin offered, dangling her keys. It's better for long drives than your eco-friendly hybrid. I haven't said I'm going. You don't have to, she smiled. Your face did. 2 hours later, I was on the highway, watching familiar landmarks scroll past. The old manufacturing plant where I used to spend summers with Dad. The park where he taught me to ride a bike. The coffee shop where I'd worked my first job, determined to prove I could make it on my own. My phone rang through the car speakers. Claire speaking. It's Malcolm. Are you coming? Why the sudden urgency after 12 years of radio silence? There was a pause. Things change, Claire. People change. Your father, he's not the same man who let you walk away. He didn't let me walk away, I corrected, gripping the steering wheel tighter. He pushed me out for a son who never existed. And now he's asking for you. Just you. Doesn't that tell you something? I clicked off the call, not ready for the hope those words triggered. The last time I'd hoped, I'd ended up hiding behind furniture, learning I wasn't enough for my own father. The mansion appeared around the next bend, exactly as I remembered it. Petra's precious rose gardens still lined the driveway, though they looked wilder now, less controlled, like something fighting to break free from its prescribed boundaries. As I parked, the front door opened. Petra stood there, her perfect posture unchanged, though her hair had gone gray at the temples. Claire, you came. Not for you. She flinched but held her ground. He's in his study, the same one where I learned the truth. I brushed past her, the familiar scent of her perfume making me nauseous. Don't worry, Petra. I'm not here to stake any claims. I just want to know what was so important Malcolm had to break 12 years of silence. Claire, she called after me. There's something you should know before. But I was already pushing open the study door, where the mahogany credenza still stood guard over family secrets, and my father waited with whatever truth he thought was worth 12 years of absence. The study looked smaller than I remembered. My father sat in his wheelchair by the window, a blanket draped across his legs, his once commanding presence diminished by illness. When he turned to face me, the right side of his mouth drooped slightly, the only visible sign of his stroke. Claire, he said, his voice raspy but clear, you look successful. That's what happens when you have to make it on your own. I remained standing, arms crossed. Malcolm said something about changes to your will? Always straight to business. He attempted a smile. Like your old man. I'm nothing like you. No, he agreed, surprising me. You're better, stronger. I've followed your career, you know. Every case, every victory. I hadn't expected that. You've been keeping tabs on me? The brilliant environmental lawyer taking down corporate giants? He gestured to a stack of newspapers on his desk. You've made quite a name for yourself. That's not why I'm here. No. He wheeled himself closer. You're here because I finally realized what a fool I've been. Petra, don't. I held up a hand. I don't want to hear about Petra or your imaginary son or there was never gonna be a son. His words stopped me cold. Petra couldn't have children. We knew that 3 months after we married. The room spun slightly. What? It was her idea, the fictional son. She thought. He coughed, and I instinctively stepped forward before catching myself. She thought if I believed we'd have a son, I'd change the will, secure her future. And you went along with it? My voice cracked. You chose a lie over your own daughter? I was weak. He reached for a folder on his desk, hands trembling. But I'm trying to make it right. Malcolm has drawn up new papers. The company, the estate, everything goes to you. I don't want it. Then change it, sell it, turn it into one of your environmental projects. He pushed the folder toward me. Just don't walk away again. A knock at the door interrupted us. Malcolm entered, his suit as impeccable as ever, though his hairline had receded significantly since I'd last seen him. The papers are ready, he said, nodding to me. Everything's in order. What papers? Petra appeared behind him, her face tight with concern. Isaac, you're supposed to be resting. I'm making things right, my father said firmly. The company goes to Claire, all of it. Petra's mask slipped for just a moment, revealing the panic beneath. But we discussed this. The community foundation will be Claire's decision. He turned to me. The company's practices haven't been environmentally sound. Perhaps you could help with that. I picked up the folder, scanning the documents inside. Everything was there. Full control of the company, the estate, all assets. A complete reversal of the will that had driven me away 12 years ago. This is what you wanted to tell me? I looked at Malcolm. This is why you reached out? He shifted uncomfortably. There's more. The original will. I helped draft it, knowing it was wrong. I've carried that guilt for 12 years. We all have our burdens, I said coldly. Claire? My father wheeled closer. I know this doesn't make up for... Suddenly, he clutched his chest, his face contorting in pain. The folder fell from my hands as I rushed to his side. Dad! Petra was already calling for an ambulance. Malcolm helped me move him to the couch while we waited, his breathing labored but stable. The stress, Petra muttered. I told you this was too much at once. No, my father grabbed my hand. Had to make it right. The paramedics arrived quickly, efficiently transferring him onto a stretcher. As they wheeled him out, he kept his eyes on me. Stay, he whispered. Please. I found myself nodding, though everything in me screamed to run. Once the ambulance left, I turned to Malcolm. Tell me everything, no more secrets. He glanced at Petra, who had sunk into my father's wheelchair, looking suddenly old. Perhaps we should discuss this privately. No, Petra straightened. She deserves to know about the foundation, about what I've been doing with company funds, about everything. What about the company funds? I asked sharply. Malcolm pulled out another folder. That's the other reason your father wanted you here. There are discrepancies, large ones, and given your experience with corporate law. I took the folder, already seeing where this was headed. My father hadn't just given me an inheritance. He'd handed me a mystery to solve, and judging by Petra's expression, she was at the center of it. I'll need an office, I said, watching her face pale further, and access to all company records. Of course, Malcolm replied. Everything you need. I walked to the credenza, running my fingers along its familiar surface. Well, Petra, looks like you'll get to work with a Hanson heir after all, just not the one you were hoping for. The company records told a story of systematic deception. I sat in my father's office, my office now, surrounded by financial statements and transfer records, each one revealing another layer of Petra's web. Found something interesting? Malcolm stood in the doorway, 2 cups of coffee in hand. Interesting is one word for it. I held up a document. Care to explain why my father's company has been making monthly payments to a shell corporation called Future Legacy Holdings? He set the coffee down, loosening his tie. That would be Petra's pet project. Pet project? I pulled up more records on my laptop. Try slush fund. She's been siphoning money for years, all under the guise of a community foundation that doesn't actually exist. Your father trusted her. And you? I met his eyes. What's your excuse for not catching this? Before he could answer, Petra swept into the office, immaculate as always. Claire, darling, visiting hours at the hospital start soon. Shall we sit down? I pointed to the chair across from me. We need to talk about future legacy holdings. The color drained from her face, but she recovered quickly. A legitimate business venture. A fraud. I spread the documents across the desk. $6 million, Petra. That's how much you've diverted. Care to explain where it went? Everything I did was for this family's future. You mean your future. I pulled out my phone, showing her the photos I'd taken. Nice vacation home in the Cayman Islands. Interesting choice of location, considering it's a popular tax haven. She gripped the arms of her chair. You don't understand. Your father? He was going to leave me nothing. After everything I sacrificed. Sacrificed? I laughed harshly. You manipulated him into disinheriting his only child for a son you knew you couldn't have. You stole millions from his company. What exactly did you sacrifice? My youth, she stood abruptly. 20 years I spent managing this family's reputation, hosting their parties, playing the perfect wife while you got to run off and play environmental warrior. Play? I stood too, matching her height. I built a career. I fought for what I believed in. You just took what wasn't yours. Malcolm cleared his throat. Perhaps we should— Stay out of this, Petra snapped. You're as guilty as anyone. Who do you think helped me set up those offshore accounts? I turned to Malcolm, who suddenly couldn't meet my eyes. Is that true? I was compensated for my discretion. Perfect. I sat back down, pulling out my phone again. That makes this next part easier. What next part? Petra demanded. I'm calling the police. I held up my hand as she started to protest. But I'm willing to make a deal first. That got their attention. Both sat down, waiting. The community foundation, I said. Let's make it real. What? Petra blinked. $6 million, plus the estate itself. We turn it into an actual environmental education center. You both sign confessions detailing your roles in the fraud, which I'll keep unless you try to interfere. You're blackmailing us? Malcolm looked almost impressed. I'm offering you a chance to do the right thing. I pulled out the paperwork I'd spent all night preparing. Sign these, and your reputation stay intact. Refuse, and I go public with everything. Petra leaned forward. You'd really destroy your father's company's reputation just to spite me? No, I'd transform it into something meaningful. I met her gaze steadily, which is more than you ever tried to do. Malcolm reached for the papers first. Where do I sign? Malcolm! Petra grabbed his arm. We can fight this. She has no proof that would stand up in court. She has enough. He picked up a pen. And I'm tired of carrying this guilt. I watched him sign, then turned to Petra. Your choice, but make it fast. Visiting hours at the hospital start soon, and I'd rather tell my father about the new community center than about his wife's embezzlement scheme. She stared at the papers for a long moment. I get to stay in the guest house. As long as you work at the center. Real work, Petra. No more schemes. Another long pause. Then she snatched the pen from Malcolm. You're more like your father than you know. He could be ruthless too when he wanted something. No, I watched her signature join Malcolm's. I'm what you made me. Congratulations. As they left my office, I picked up my phone to call Yasmin. She answered on the first ring. Well, how bad is it? Bad enough. I looked out the window at the estate grounds, but I think I just found a way to turn all this poison into something good. How do you feel about helping me start an environmental education center? Are you kidding? I'll call Brendan right now. We can have proposals ready by... First, I interrupted, gathering my things. I need to tell my father. He should hear it from me before anyone else. How is he? I paused at the door, looking back at the office where so much damage had been done. Getting better, we both are. My father's hospital room was quiet except for the steady beep of monitors. He looked better today, sitting up in bed, a newspaper spread across his lap. The community center, he said as I walked in. It's a good idea. I stopped short. How did you... Petra called. He folded the newspaper carefully. She was quite vocal about your methods of persuasion. Dad, I can explain. No need. He gestured to the chair beside his bed. I knew about the embezzlement, not the full extent, but enough. I sat down, stunned. You knew? Why didn't you stop it? Because I deserved it. He met my eyes. After what I did to you, letting Petra steal from me seemed like appropriate punishment. Before I could respond, there was a knock at the door. Leandro, the local community organizer I'd contacted, stepped in. Sorry I'm early, he said, tablet in hand, but I've got some exciting proposals for the center's programs. Perfect timing. I waved him in. Dad, this is Leandro. He's helping design the educational initiatives. Leandro pulled up a chair, his enthusiasm infectious. Mr. Hanson, your estate's location is perfect. The wetlands at the back of the property alone could support multiple conservation programs. Wetlands? My father frowned. Petra always called that the waste area. Because she couldn't develop it, I explained. Environmental protection laws. Which is exactly why it's perfect for education, Leandro added. We can teach about ecosystem preservation, sustainable development. Another knock interrupted us. Brendan entered, followed by Yasmin. Sorry to crash the party, Brendan said, but we've got a situation. Yasmin held up her phone. Petra's called an emergency board meeting. She's trying to challenge the transfer of ownership. She can't, my father said sharply. I signed. She's claiming you weren't competent due to your stroke. Brendan pulled out some papers. We need to move fast. I stood up. When's the meeting? 2 hours. Yasmin checked her watch. Just enough time to prepare if we start now. Go, my father urged. Show them what you can do. Leandro gathered his things. I'll come too. The board should hear directly from community stakeholders. We rushed to the company headquarters, where Malcolm met us in the lobby. Petra's gathered quite a crowd, he warned. Board members, shareholders, even local press. Good, I straightened my jacket. More witnesses to her desperation. The boardroom was packed. Petra sat at the head of the table, playing her role of grieving wife perfectly. Claire, she said sweetly, we're just trying to protect your father's interests while he's unwell. By undermining his wishes? I took my place at the opposite end. Let's be clear about what's happening here. You're not protecting anyone but yourself. The board has concerns, she gestured to the serious faces around us, about your radical environmental agenda. My agenda? I opened my laptop, connecting it to the projector. Let's talk about agendas, specifically your offshore accounts. The room erupted in murmurs as I displayed the financial records. That's confidential information. Petra stood up. Actually, Brendan stepped forward. As acting CEO, Claire has every right to share evidence of financial misconduct with the board. And that's not all, Leandro added, pulling up his own presentation. We've calculated the potential positive economic impact of the community center on local property values and business growth. For the next hour, we laid out everything: Petra's fraud, the environmental center's benefits, the potential for positive press and community goodwill. With each point, I watched board members lean forward, their expressions shifting from skepticism to interest. The choice is simple, I concluded. Continue enabling fraud and environmental degradation, or be part of something transformative. This is ridiculous, Petra snapped. You're all falling for her act? She abandoned this company for 12 years. Because you drove her away, Malcolm spoke up, surprising everyone. And now she's back, offering us a chance at redemption. I, for one, am taking it. The board voted overwhelmingly in my favor. As people filed out, Petra remained seated, staring at her hands. You won, she said quietly. Happy now? This isn't about winning. I gathered my things. It's about fixing what's broken, including this family if you'll let me. She looked up, and for the first time, I saw real tears in her eyes. Why would you want to fix anything with me? Because holding on to hate is exhausting, I said, and I've got better things to do with my energy. Later, back in my father's hospital room, I told him everything. Petra will come around, he said confidently. She's always been a survivor. Maybe, I showed him Leandro's designs for the center. But for now, let's focus on building something new. He smiled, reaching for my hand. I'm proud of you, Claire. I should have said that years ago. Better late than never, I squeezed his hand. We've got time to make up for everything we missed. The first sign of trouble came 3 weeks into the community center's renovation. I arrived at the estate to find the construction crew standing idle, their equipment silent. What's going on? I asked the foreman. Anonymous tip to the building department, he said, handing me a stack of papers. Someone reported multiple code violations. We're shut down until inspection. I flipped through the documents, my jaw tightening. Let me guess. The tip came from a woman with perfect posture and expensive perfume? Can't say. He shrugged. But your stepmother was here yesterday taking pictures. I pulled out my phone to call Brendan, but Yasmin's number flashed on the screen first. Turn on the local news, she said without greeting. Now. I rushed to my office, flicking on the TV. There was Petra, perfectly composed in a press conference outside the company headquarters. As a longtime member of this community, she was saying, I cannot in good conscience allow this reckless development to proceed. The environmental center poses serious risks to local groundwater. She's lying. Leandro burst into my office, waving environmental impact reports. We've done all the proper surveys. The site is clean. Of course she's lying. I turned up the volume as Petra continued. Furthermore, I have evidence that Claire Hansen's takeover of the company was facilitated through coercion and threats. My phone buzzed again, Malcolm this time. Don't respond publicly, he warned. She's trying to provoke you into making a mistake. Too late, I grabbed my keys. I'm going down there. Claire, wait! But I was already moving, anger propelling me forward. At the headquarters, reporters swarmed around Petra, who looked almost gleeful at the chaos she'd created. Claire, she called out as I approached. How nice of you to join us. Care to comment on the environmental violations? Actually, yes. I stepped up to the microphones. I'd love to discuss environmental violations, specifically the ones your administration covered up for the past decade. Her smile faltered slightly. I don't know what the toxic waste dumping behind the manufacturing plant? I pulled out my phone, displaying photos. The falsified emissions reports? Should we talk about those? The reporters turned their cameras toward the images, questions flying. That's all ancient history. Petra tried to wave it off. The soil samples I took last week say different. I nodded to Leandro, who started distributing reports to the press. But you knew that, didn't you? That's why you're so desperate to stop the community center. An environmental education facility would mean regular testing of the entire property. You're trying to destroy your father's legacy, she snapped. No, I'm trying to save it, and you're trying to hide evidence of criminal negligence. Suddenly, Malcolm appeared at my side. The police are here, he muttered, with warrants. Sure enough, police cars pulled up to the building. Petra's face went ash white. "You didn't," she whispered. "I didn't have to," I replied. "Turns out your friend in the building department has a conscience. He took those soil samples to the EPA. As the officers approached, Petra grabbed my arm. "Wait, we can make a deal." "Like the deal you made with my father, manipulating him when he was vulnerable?" "You don't understand." Her voice cracked. "I needed security. If something happened to him, then you should have built something real." I pulled away. "Instead of stealing and lying." The police led her away, reporters capturing every moment. Malcolm touched my shoulder. "There's something else you should know," he said quietly. "She tried to alter your father's medical records, make it look like he wasn't competent when he signed the company over." My blood ran cold. "When?" "Yesterday. But the head nurse caught it. She's the one who called the EPA. I watched Petra being placed in a police car, her perfect facade finally crumbling. Part of me felt hollow, not victorious, just tired. "What happens now?" Leandro asked, joining us. "Now?" I turned to the reporters still hovering nearby. "Now we tell the real story, about transformation and redemption, about turning a site of environmental abuse into one of education and healing. And Petra? She'll face consequences," Malcolm said. "We all will for what we've done." I faced the cameras, ready to reshape the narrative. "My father's company spent years putting profit over planet. We're going to change that, starting with full transparency about past violations and a comprehensive cleanup plan." Later that evening, I sat with my father in his hospital room, watching the news coverage. "You didn't tell me about the toxic dumping," I said. He looked away. I was ashamed. It was easier to let Petra handle things, to not look too closely. "Well, now we look at everything." I took his hand. "Together." "Together," he agreed, then smiled slightly. "You know, for someone who claims not to be like me, you certainly know how to take control of a situation." "Maybe," I squeezed his hand, "but I'm using that power to build something better. That's the difference." Outside his window, the sun set over the estate grounds, where tomorrow, despite Petra's schemes, work would begin again on transforming poison into possibility. The courthouse buzzed with tension as Petra's trial began. I sat in the front row, watching her enter in handcuffs, her designer outfit replaced by something far more modest. My father sat beside me in his wheelchair, finally strong enough to attend. "The state calls Claire Hansen to the stand." I walked to the witness box, feeling Petra's eyes follow me. Her lawyer, a sharp-faced woman named Rita, approached. "Ms. Hansen, isn't it true that you abandoned your family's company for 12 years? "Objection. Relevance?" Our prosecutor stood. "Goes to motive, Your Honor," Rita replied. "The witness's grudge against my client." "I'll allow it." The judge nodded. "Answer the question." "I left," I said clearly, "because I discovered my stepmother and father had conspired to disinherit me in favor of a fictional son." Murmurs rippled through the courtroom. Rita pressed on. "And when you returned, you immediately began looking for ways to discredit Mrs. Hansen?" "No. I began looking into company records because my father asked me to. That's when I discovered the environmental violations and financial fraud." Convenient timing. The truth usually is. I met Petra's gaze, just like it was convenient that the building inspector found those soil samples right when you were trying to stop the community center. Rita paused. "Are you suggesting my client orchestrated her own downfall?" "I'm stating that karma has perfect timing." The questioning continued for hours. They brought up my environmental activism, suggesting I had a vendetta against industrial companies. They questioned my motives, my character, even my relationship with my father. Then Malcolm took the stand. "Mr. Williams," the prosecutor began, "please tell us about Future Legacy Holdings." Malcolm glanced at Petra before speaking. It was a shell corporation created to hide diverted company funds. I helped set it up under Mrs. Hanson's direction. And the environmental violations? She ordered the falsification of reports to avoid cleanup costs. Said it would, he swallowed hard, would hurt the company's value for her future son. Petra stood up suddenly. He's lying. Isaac, tell them he's lying. Order! The judge banged his gavel. Mrs. Hanson, sit down or you'll be removed. The evidence mounted. Doctored financial records, falsified environmental reports, attempted manipulation of medical records. With each revelation, Petra seemed to shrink in her chair. During a recess, Leandro rushed in with news from the estate. The cleanup crew found more drums of waste, he reported, hidden under the old storage facility. It's worse than we thought. How much worse? My father asked. $3 million to clean up, minimum, and that's just what we've found so far. I watched Petra being led back into the courtroom. Still think I'm destroying your legacy, Petra? Or were you handling that just fine on your own? The jury took only 2 hours to reach a verdict. Guilty on all counts. Fraud, environmental violations, attempted medical record tampering. Before sentencing, the judge looked at Petra. Would you like to make a statement? She stood slowly, her perfect posture finally broken. I never meant. I just wanted to belong, to secure my place. Isaac gave me everything, but it never felt real without a son. I finished for her. She turned to me, tears streaming down her face. You were already grown. You didn't need a mother. I needed someone who would need me. The defendant is sentenced to 5 years in federal prison, the judge declared, plus restitution of all embezzled funds. As they led Petra away, my father gripped my hand. I should have protected you from this, from her. No, I helped him navigate his wheelchair through the crowd. We should have faced it together, but we can do that now. Outside, reporters waited with cameras and questions. Brendan appeared, creating a path through them. The Environmental Center's board meeting starts in an hour, he reminded me. Ready to show them the new plans? I looked at my father. Want to help me present the cleanup strategy? He smiled. Wouldn't miss it. As we drove to the estate, passing the construction equipment already at work, my father spoke quietly. You know, I kept waiting for the son Petra promised, thinking he would somehow fix everything, the company, the family, my mistakes. But you were there all along, doing exactly that. Not fixing, I corrected, pulling up to the mansion that would soon become a beacon of environmental education. Transforming. There's a difference. There certainly is. He looked at the property with new eyes. Speaking of transformation, what should we do with Petra's rose gardens? I smiled, thinking of the perfectly manicured flowers she'd use to mark her territory. I'm thinking a butterfly sanctuary, something beautiful and free. The board members were already gathering inside, ready to hear our vision for the future. But first, I had one more stop to make. I walked to the old credenza in my father's study, my study now, and ran my fingers along its surface one last time. Ready? My father called from the doorway. Ready, I said, turning away from the past and toward something much brighter. Let's build something real. The morning of the community center's opening, I found my father in Petra's old rose garden, now transformed into a vibrant butterfly sanctuary. Monarchs and swallowtails danced around him as he adjusted his tie. Nervous? I asked, helping him straighten his collar. Proud, he corrected, though I wish your mother could see this. A familiar ache, but softer now. She'd probably say we're both too stubborn for our own good. She'd be right. He gestured to the gathering crowd. Quite a turnout. Families streamed through the gates, children running ahead to explore the new exhibits. Leandro directed visitors toward the wetlands observation deck, while Yasmin handed out program guides. Mrs. Rodriguez's entire fourth grade class is here, Brendan reported, joining us. They're excited about the interactive pollution display. Speaking of pollution, I nodded toward a group of suited executives touring the grounds. Look who showed up. Competing manufacturers. My father recognized them, probably worried we'll expose their violations next. They should be worried. I checked my watch. Ready for your speech? He wheeled himself toward the podium we'd set up near the butterfly sanctuary. The symbolism wasn't lost on anyone, new life emerging from what Petra had tried to control. Before we start, he said as I helped adjust the microphone, there's something you should see. He handed me an envelope. Inside was a letter from Petra, postmarked from prison. Dear Claire, the butterfly sanctuary was a clever choice. I spent years forcing those roses to grow exactly as I wanted, just like I tried to force your father to be who I needed him to be. But you've shown me that real beauty comes from letting things transform naturally. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't even know if I deserve it. But I want you to know that watching you turn all my poison into something meaningful has taught me more than punishment ever could. Take care of him. And the butterflies. Petra. When did this arrive? I asked, folding the letter carefully. Yesterday. He smiled slightly. Karma really does have perfect timing. The ceremony began with Leandro introducing the center's educational programs. Malcolm, now working pro bono for environmental causes, outlined our corporate responsibility initiatives. Each speaker emphasized transformation of the land, the company, ourselves. Finally, it was my father's turn. 12 years ago, he began, I made a terrible mistake. I chose a fiction over truth, control over growth, fear over love. I lost my daughter, my integrity, and nearly lost this company's soul. The crowd hushed, hanging on every word. But sometimes our worst mistakes lead to our best opportunities. My daughter returned not for revenge, but for redemption. She took our family's legacy of environmental destruction and transformed it into a beacon of education and hope. He turned to me, eyes bright. Claire, would you join me? I walked to the podium, butterflies swirling around us both. The future we imagined isn't always the future we need, he continued. I wanted a son to carry on my name. Instead, I got a daughter who carried on something far more important, the courage to change. Brendan stepped forward with a plaque. Together, my father and I unveiled it. The Claire Hansen Environmental Education Center, where transformation takes flight. The applause was interrupted by a commotion at the gate. A group of students rushed in, led by their teacher, the same nurse who had caught Petra trying to alter medical records. Sorry we're late, she called out. The kids insisted on bringing something. Each student carried a native plant or flower. Leandro quickly organized them into a planting ceremony near the butterfly sanctuary. See, my father whispered, sometimes karma brings gifts instead of punishment. As the children planted their contributions, I noticed Malcolm speaking quietly with the competing executives. He caught my eye and gave a subtle thumbs up. They were interested in our corporate responsibility program. Ready to show them the water quality testing station? Brendan asked, grinning. Actually, I looked at my father. I think Dad should do that tour. He knows exactly what they need to hear about changing course before it's too late. The day continued with tours, demonstrations, and countless moments of discovery. I watched children learn about ecosystem protection, executives confront their company's impacts, and community members embrace their role in environmental stewardship. Near sunset, I found myself back in the butterfly sanctuary. A monarch landed on the plaque, its wings catching the last light. You know what Mom would really say? I asked my father, who had wheeled up beside me. She'd say we're not too stubborn. We're just stubborn enough to fix what's broken. Even if it takes 12 years? He asked. Even then, I watched the butterfly take flight because some things are worth the wait. The monarch soared over the transformed estate, past the wetlands observation deck, over the education center that had once been a mansion built on secrets, and into the future we had finally gotten right, not because of a son who never existed, but because of a daughter who refused to let poison have the final word. The day I signed away my inheritance was the same day I decided to destroy my father, not with violence or scandal, but with the very weapons he'd taught me to wield: patience, precision, and the law. My name is Olive, and I'm a civil rights attorney, though my father never fails to remind me I could have aimed higher. The Bennett and Associates building loomed over me as I walked through its glass doors, my heels clicking against marble floors that had witnessed 2 decades of my father's ruthless dealings. "He's waiting for you," his secretary Monica whispered, sympathy clouding her eyes. She'd watched me grow up in these halls, had seen the gradual shift from daddy's little girl to whatever I was now. I straightened my blazer and entered his office. The place still smelled of leather and expensive cigars, just like it did when I was 12 and would sneak in to read law books while he was in meetings. "Olive." He didn't look up from his computer. "The papers are on the desk. Sign them." "Hello to you too, Dad." I picked up the stack of documents, each page a carefully crafted betrayal. You know, most fathers would at least pretend to feel guilty about strong-arming their daughter out of her inheritance. He finally looked at me, his steel gray eyes unchanged by the decades. "Your brother needs this more than you do. You have your career. Desmond, he needs structure, guidance. You mean control." I flipped through the pages, already knowing every word by heart. I'd spent 3 nights analyzing them with Alina, my colleague and closest friend. "He's 32, Dad. When are you going to stop treating him like he's 16? When he stops acting like it." He stood up, walking to his wall of windows. "Poetry doesn't pay bills, Olive. Someone needs to protect his future." I bit back a laugh. If he only knew how many of Desmond's poems had been published under a pen name, how his wayward son had built a quiet but respectable literary reputation while pretending to be the family disappointment. "Sign the papers, Olive. Don't make this difficult." "Like you made it difficult when I got into law school?" The words slipped out before I could stop them. "When you told me civil rights law was beneath our family's standing?" He turned, his face hardening. "You're still bitter about that? I pushed you because I saw your potential. You could be running this firm by now. Instead, I'm just helping people who actually need it. What a waste." I grabbed the Mont Blanc pen, a graduation gift from him, and signed each page with deliberate strokes. Each signature felt like laying another brick in the foundation of what was to come. There, I slid the papers across his desk. "Happy now?" He picked them up, checking each signature. "It's for the best, Olive. You'll see that someday." "Oh, I'm sure I will." I stood up, smoothing my skirt. "By the way, how's the mayoral campaign planning going?" He paused, just for a fraction of a second. Most people wouldn't have noticed, but I'd spent my life studying his tells. "Who told you about that?" "I have my sources." I headed for the door, then turned back. "You know what's funny, Dad? You always said my biggest weakness was that I care too much about justice, but maybe that's not a weakness at all. Is that a threat?" His voice was quiet, dangerous. I smiled, the same smile he'd taught me to use in negotiations. "Of course not. Just an observation from your disappointment of a daughter." I opened the door. "Good luck with the campaign, Dad. I'm sure all sorts of interesting things will come to light during the vetting process." "Olive?" His voice stopped me. "Don't do anything foolish." "I learned from the best, Dad. Everything I do is carefully calculated." I closed the door behind me, nodding to Monica as I passed. My phone buzzed as I reached the elevator. A text from Desmond. Did you do it? Yes, I typed back. Phase 1 complete. You still in? His response came quickly. All the way, sis. He'll never see us coming. I smiled as I stepped into the elevator, remembering the night 2 months ago when I'd found Desmond in his apartment, surrounded by papers and empty whiskey glasses. He'd shown me everything: the offshore accounts, the falsified documents, the trail of corruption our father had built his empire on. We'd stayed up until dawn, plotting and planning, two siblings finally united in purpose. The elevator doors opened to the lobby, and I walked out into the sunshine. My father thought he'd won today, thought he'd put his rebellious daughter in her place while securing his golden boy's future. He had no idea that his carefully constructed world was about to unravel thread by thread, law by law. I pulled out my phone again, dialing Alina's number. Hey, I said when she answered. It's done. Time to move to phase 2. You sure about this? She asked. I looked back at the building bearing my family's name. More sure than I've ever been about anything. The game was on, and I intended to win. Desmond's apartment always smelled like coffee and old books. I found him on his balcony that evening, cigarette in one hand, notebook in the other. The city lights sparkled below us like fallen stars. You're smoking again, I said, sliding the glass door closed behind me. And you're judging again? He stubbed out the cigarette anyway, giving me a crooked smile. How'd the old man take it? Like a king accepting tribute. I sat in the weathered chair beside him. He didn't suspect a thing. Desmond laughed, but there was no humor in it. Of course not. In his mind, you're still that little girl desperate for his approval, and I'm still the family screw-up. Speaking of screw-ups, I nodded toward his notebook. How's the new collection coming along? He hesitated, then handed me the leather-bound book. See for yourself, page 43. I flipped through pages filled with his precise handwriting until I found what he wanted me to see. The poem was titled Empire of Glass. Read it out loud, he said quietly. I cleared my throat. In Father's tower of mirrors and lies, where truth distorts like morning fog, I watched him build his kingdom high, on foundations made of fool's gold and borrowed time. My hands started shaking as I continued. In hidden vaults and secret files, the evidence of empire's fall awaits its day of reckoning, when justice claims her due from all. Jesus, Des. I looked up at him. You can't keep this here. If he ever found it, he won't. Desmond took the notebook back. Besides, it's just poetry, right? That's what he always says. My useless hobby. A door slammed somewhere in the building, making us both jump. We'd grown up flinching at sudden noises, at footsteps in hallways. Show me everything, I said, all the documents you mentioned. He led me inside to his study, pulling a false bottom from his desk drawer. Took these from his office over the last year. Whenever he'd call me in for one of his career guidance sessions, I'd wait until he stepped out and photograph whatever I could find. The stack of papers he handed me was devastating. Fake invoices, doctored financial statements, evidence of bribes paid to city officials. My father's fingerprints were all over them, metaphorically, if not literally. This is why he's pushing for the inheritance transfer, I realized. He needs clean money for his campaign, money that can't be traced back to all this. Bingo. Desmond poured us both a whiskey. The prodigal son and the dutiful daughter, publicly supporting their father's bid for mayor with their legitimate inheritance. It's a perfect story. Too perfect. I took a sip, letting the alcohol burn away my hesitation. We need more. These documents are a start, but we need someone on the inside. Desmond's eyes lit up. What about Maria? She's been on the board forever, and she was Mom's best friend before. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. We both remembered the car accident that took our mother 12 years ago and the way our father had seemed more inconvenienced than grieving. Maria might help, I said slowly. She never remarried after her husband died. Dad helped her keep her board seat when others wanted her out. She owes him. Exactly why she might want to settle that debt. Desmond grabbed his phone. She always liked me. Let me set up a lunch with her. I watched him text, noting how his hands shook slightly. You okay with all this? It's not too late to back out. He looked up, and for a moment I saw the little boy who used to crawl into my bed during thunderstorms. Remember what Mom used to say? The truth always rises like cream to the top. Yeah, I whispered. I remember. Well, I'm tired of watching Dad skim off that cream and leave nothing but sour milk behind. He showed me Maria's response. Lunch tomorrow, 1 p.m. usual place. We're doing this, Olive. For Mom. For us. My phone buzzed. A text from Alina. Meeting set with Wyatt for tomorrow morning. He's interested. Wyatt's in, I told Desmond. If we can get Maria too, we will. He walked me to the door. Hey, Olive. Thanks for not giving up on me, even when I was trying my best to be exactly what Dad said I was. I hugged him, breathing in the familiar scent of coffee and tobacco. You're my little brother. That doesn't change, no matter what. As I drove home that night, I thought about Desmond's poem. Our father had built his empire on glass and lies, thinking himself untouchable in his tower of mirrors. But he'd forgotten one crucial thing. Mirrors can be shattered, and when they break, they cut deep. I pulled into my driveway just as another text came through from Desmond. Found more files, big ones. Come by tomorrow after Maria? Will do, I replied. Sweet dreams, poet. His final message made me smile. Justice never sleeps, sis. Neither do we. The press conference room at Bennett and Associates buzzed with anticipation. I stood at the back, watching my father work the crowd like a master conductor. Every smile, every handshake was perfectly choreographed. My fellow citizens, he began, his voice carrying that practiced warmth he'd perfected over decades. Today, I'm announcing my candidacy for mayor of our great city. Cameras flashed. Reporters leaned forward. I caught Desmond's eye across the room. He was playing his part perfectly, the prodigal son in an expertly tailored suit. With the full support of my family, my father continued, gesturing to us, I pledge to bring integrity, transparency, and progress to City Hall. I felt bile rise in my throat but maintained my camera-ready smile. Beside me, Alina squeezed my arm gently, a reminder to stay calm. Mr. Bennett, a reporter stood up. Your children's inheritance was recently restructured. Any connection to campaign financing? My father's smile didn't waver. My family's private financial decisions are exactly that, private, but I can assure you that everything has been handled with complete transparency and legality. I watched Maria shift uncomfortably in her seat. She'd agreed to meet Desmond for lunch, but seeing her reaction now, I wondered if we might have more leverage than we thought. The questions continued for another 20 minutes. I counted 3 times my father lied outright, and 6 times he dodged with carefully worded non-answers. When it was over, he beckoned Desmond and me to his office. Well done, both of you, he said, pouring himself a scotch. Desmond, that suit was the right choice. Olive, try to smile more next time. You looked severe. Wouldn't want to tarnish your image of perfection, I muttered. He set his glass down hard. Don't start. This campaign is crucial for all of us. The connections we'll make, the opportunities, the bribes we'll take. The words slipped out before I could stop them. His face darkened. Careful, Olive. Very careful. Desmond stepped between us. She's just tired, Dad. We all are. Maybe we should call it a day? Fine. Our father waved us away. But remember, From now on, everything you do reflects on this campaign. Everything. In the elevator, Desmond let out a shaky breath. That was close. Too close, I agreed. Did you see Maria? Yeah, she's nervous. Meeting her in an hour. I checked my phone. 3 missed calls from Wyatt. Keep me posted. I need to see Wyatt. I found him in his office across town, surrounded by financial reports. My old mentor looked up as I entered, his face grave. Close the door, he said. I did. What did you find? It's worse than we thought. He spread out several documents. Your father's been running a sophisticated scheme through the firm. Client money disappearing into shell companies, reappearing as clean political donations. Can we prove it? With Maria's help, yes. She's been signing off on these transactions for years, probably without realizing their full scope. My phone buzzed. A text from Desmond. Maria talking. It's big. Get here now. I have to go, I told Wyatt, but send me everything you found. I met Desmond and Maria at a small cafe far from our usual haunts. Maria looked like she'd aged 10 years since the press conference. Tell her, Desmond urged gently. Maria's hands shook as she lifted her coffee cup. Your mother, the accident, it wasn't random. The world stopped spinning for a moment. What? She'd found something, Maria continued. Documents like the ones you have now. She was going to expose everything. Then the brake lines in her car. No, I whispered. He wouldn't. He didn't do it himself, Maria said quickly. But he knew. He knew, and he let it happen. I've carried that knowledge for 12 years. Desmond grabbed my hand under the table. I could feel him trembling. I'll help you, Maria said. Whatever you need, it's time the truth came out. Back in my car, Desmond and I sat in silence for a long moment. We can't let this go, he finally said. No, I agreed, but we have to be smart. He's already killed once to protect his secrets. So, what's the play? I started the car. We gather everything, the financial records, Maria's testimony, Wyatt's evidence. Then we take it all to the ethics committee, the DA's office, and the press, simultaneously. He'll see it coming. No, I said, pulling into traffic. He'll see what he expects to see. His ambitious daughter and poetic son playing their assigned roles. He thinks he wrote this story. He doesn't realize we're writing our own ending. My phone rang. Our father's number. Don't answer it, Desmond said. I hit ignore, watching the notification fade away. Time to go see Alina. We need to make sure every legal angle is covered. Olive? Desmond's voice was small. Mom would be proud of us, right? I thought of our mother's favorite saying about truth rising like cream. Yeah, Des, she would be. The truth about our mother's death had changed everything. This wasn't just about inheritance anymore. This was about justice, long delayed but finally within reach. You're telling me your father had your mother killed? Alina paced her office, heels clicking against hardwood floors. This changes everything, Olive. I know. I spread Maria's documents across Alina's desk. But it also gives us leverage we never expected. Wyatt leaned forward in his chair, examining a particularly damning financial statement. We need to move carefully. One wrong step, and this could all backfire spectacularly. Or we could end up like Mom, Desmond added from his spot by the window. Alina stopped pacing. He's right. This isn't just about exposing corruption anymore. We're dealing with someone who's willing to commit murder to protect his secrets. My phone buzzed. Another call from our father. 5th one today. I silenced it. He's getting nervous, Wyatt observed. The campaign's making him vulnerable. He knows it. Good. I pulled out my laptop. Maria's given us access to the board's private servers. Look at this. I pulled up a series of transactions, each more suspicious than the last. money flowing through dozens of shell companies, always ending up in political action committees supporting my father's various initiatives. Jesus, Alina whispered, leaning over my shoulder. How long has this been going on? At least 15 years, Wyatt said, around the time your mother died. Desmond's phone chimed. Maria just sent more. Dad's calling an emergency board meeting tomorrow morning. He suspects something, I said. We need to move faster. No. Wyatt's voice was firm. That's exactly what we can't do. Rush this and we'll miss something crucial. He's survived this long because he's careful. A knock at the door made us all jump. Alina's assistant poked her head in. Sorry to interrupt, but there's someone here insisting on seeing Olive. Says she's from the board. My heart stopped. What's her name? Jessica? No. Janet? Julia? Desmond asked sharply. Yes, that's it. I exchanged looks with Desmond. Julia had been our mother's secretary before the accident. She'd quit immediately after, disappeared completely. Send her in, I said. Julia looked older, grayer, but her eyes were still sharp as she entered. I saw the press conference, she said without preamble. When I heard about the inheritance transfer, I knew. You're going after him, aren't you? Why are you here, Julia? Desmond asked. She reached into her bag, pulled out a sealed envelope. Your mother gave this to me the day before she died. Said if anything happened to her, I should keep it safe until her children were ready. My hands shook as I took the envelope. Inside was a single USB drive and a handwritten note. For Olive and Desmond, when the time comes to face the truth, love, Mom. I've been watching, Julia continued, waiting for signs that you were finally moving against him. The inheritance transfer was the first. The campaign announcement confirmed it. What's on the drive? I asked. Everything. Your mother was thorough. She documented it all. The bribes, the threats, the shell companies. She even recorded conversations. Wyatt plugged the drive into his laptop. Files upon files appeared. Audio recordings, scanned documents, photographs. 15 years of evidence, preserved by a mother who knew she might not live to use it. Holy shit, Alina breathed, scrolling through the files. This is everything we need, and more. Why didn't you come forward before? Desmond demanded of Julia. Your mother's note said to wait until you were ready, until you started moving against him yourselves. She stood up. I should go. He still has people watching me. Wait, I called as she reached the door. Did you know what he was going to do to her? Julia's eyes filled with tears. No, but I suspected. We all did. That's why I kept this safe all these years. She knew the risks, but she never stopped fighting for the truth. For you. After she left, we sat in stunned silence, the weight of our mother's final gift hanging heavy in the air. We need to move some of this evidence to secure locations, Wyatt finally said. Multiple copies, different places. I'll handle that, Alina offered. I have contacts who can help. My phone buzzed again, a text this time. Olive, my office, 8 a.m. tomorrow, non-negotiable. Dad. He's making his move, Desmond said, reading over my shoulder. Good, I stood up, gathering the documents. Let him. Everything's different now. Mom made sure of that. Olive, Wyatt warned, don't get cocky. He's still dangerous. I know. I looked at the team we'd assembled, my brother, my best friend, my mentor, and now my mother's final act of protection. But so are we. We worked late into the night, organizing evidence, planning our next moves. Mom's files filled in every gap in our case, provided context for every suspicious transaction we'd uncovered. Tomorrow, I'd face my father across his desk one more time. But now I had something he didn't expect, a mother's love, reaching across years to deliver justice. Ready for tomorrow? Desmond asked as we finally prepared to leave. I thought of Mom, of her courage, of her faith in us. More than ready. It's time to end this. 8 a.m. found me in my father's office, watching him read through campaign briefings as if I wasn't even there. The morning sun cast long shadows across his desk, highlighting the silver in his hair. "You've been avoiding my calls," he said finally, not looking up. "I've been busy." "Too busy for family dinner tonight? Your brother's coming. Maria, too." I kept my face neutral, though my heart raced. "Wouldn't miss it." He set down his papers, fixing me with that penetrating stare that used to terrify me as a child. "What's going on with you and Desmond?" "Nothing's going on." "Don't lie to me." He stood up, walking to his wall of windows. "You two have been meeting secretly, having whispered conversations, drawing my board members into your little conspiracy." "Paranoid much, Dad?" He turned sharply. "You think I don't have eyes everywhere? That I don't know about your meetings with Wyatt? With Alina? They're my friends, my colleagues. They're threats to everything we've built." He moved closer, his voice dropping. "Just like your mother was." The air left my lungs. "What did you just say?" "You heard me." His eyes were cold, calculating. "Your mother never understood the necessity of certain arrangements. She let her morality blind her to the bigger picture. I see the same weakness in you." "Is that what you told yourself?" My voice shook with rage. "When you had her killed, that she was weak?" He didn't even flinch. "So, Julia finally showed up with that drive. I wondered when she would." "You knew?" "Of course I knew. I've known for years, but the evidence was circumstantial, the recordings inadmissible. Your mother was careless, like you're being careless now." My phone buzzed in my pocket. Probably Desmond warning me about dinner. I ignored it. "Here's what's going to happen," my father continued, sitting back at his desk. "You're going to drop whatever misguided crusade you're planning. You and Desmond will publicly support my campaign. In return, I'll restore your inheritance, double it even." "And if I refuse?" He smiled, the same smile I'd seen in photographs with business partners who later committed suicide or disappeared. "Ask your mother." "You're threatening your own children?" "I'm protecting my legacy." He picked up a pen, started signing documents. "You have until dinner tonight to decide. Bring Desmond with you. 7 p.m. sharp." I stood up, my legs surprisingly steady. "You know what your problem is, Dad? You're so focused on your legacy, you forgot about Mom's." He looked up. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Guess you'll find out at dinner." I walked to the door, then turned back. "Oh, and Dad, Mom wasn't careless. She was brilliant. She just played a longer game than you expected." I made it to my car before the shaking started. Desmond answered on the first ring. "He knows," I said. "How much?" "About the drive, about Julia. He's demanding we back off or else." "Shit." A pause. "What about dinner tonight?" "We're going. But first, we need to see Alina and Wyatt, now." An hour later, we sat in Alina's office, planning our counter-move. "He's desperate," Wyatt said, "making threats this openly. He's scared." "Good," Desmond replied. "Let him sweat." Alina spread out the latest documents from Maria. "The DA's office is ready. One word from us and they move." "Not yet," I said. "First, we do dinner." "Are you crazy?" Desmond stood up. "He basically admitted to killing Mom. He threatened us directly." "Exactly." I pulled out my phone, showing them the recording app that had been running during my entire meeting with our father. "And now we have him on tape." Alina's eyes widened. "You recorded him?" "Mom's files showed he was always careful about phones and emails. But in his office, in person, that's where he feels safe. That's where he slips up." "Like he just did," Wyatt said slowly. "Admitting he knew about the drive, implying involvement in your mother's death. It's not enough for a conviction. Alina cautioned, but combined with everything else, it's enough to scare him, I finished. At dinner tonight, we let him think he's won. Then tomorrow morning, we end this, Desmond said firmly. My phone buzzed again, a text from Maria. Your father's called an emergency board meeting for tomorrow morning. First item on the agenda, removing me from the board. Perfect timing, I said, showing them the message. He's making all the moves we expected. You really think this will work? Desmond asked. I thought of our mother, meticulously gathering evidence even as she knew what it might cost her. Mom believed in justice enough to die for it. The least we can do is live for it. 7 p.m., Alina reminded us. Be careful. Always am, I said, gathering my things. After all, I learned from the best. Dad? Desmond asked. No, I smiled. Mom. The dining room at my father's house felt like a stage set for a Greek tragedy. Crystal glasses caught the chandelier light, casting prism shadows across the white tablecloth. Maria sat to my father's right, her face a careful mask. Desmond and I took our usual places across from each other. Wine? My father lifted a bottle of expensive Bordeaux. Please, I said, watching him pour. His hands were steady. They'd always been steady, even when delivering the news of Mom's death. Now, he said, setting down the bottle, shall we discuss your decision? Actually, Desmond spoke up, I'd like to read something first. He pulled out his notebook. Our father sighed. Must we? It's short, Desmond assured him. I wrote it specially for tonight. Maria gripped her wine glass tighter as Desmond began to read. In Mother's garden, roses bloom, where secrets lie beneath the loam. Truth plants its seeds in darkness deep, until the day they break for home. The silence that followed was deafening. Interesting choice of subject, our father said quietly. Your mother's garden died with her. Did it? I asked. Or did it just go dormant, waiting for the right time to bloom? His fork clinked against his plate. I've had enough of these metaphors. What's your answer? About the campaign? I took a sip of wine. We've decided to support you fully. He relaxed slightly. Good. I'm glad you've seen reason. In fact, Desmond added, we've prepared a statement for tomorrow's board meeting about family unity and all that. Excellent, our father smiled. Maria, you'll be there, of course? Wouldn't miss it, she said softly. My phone buzzed. A text from Alina. Everything's in place for tomorrow. DA's office standing by. No phones at dinner, our father chided. I put it away. Sorry, work never stops. Speaking of work, he continued, I've been thinking about your role at the firm, Olive. Perhaps it's time you took on more responsibility, left that civil rights nonsense behind. Like Mom left her principles behind? The words slipped out before I could stop them. His face hardened. Your mother made her choices. Did she? Desmond's voice was sharp. Or did you make them for her? Careful, son. Or what? I leaned forward. Her brake lines might fail, too. Maria's wine glass shattered in her hand, red liquid spreading across white linen like blood. Oh, dear, she said, standing quickly. I should clean up. Sit down, Maria. Our father's voice was steel. All of you, sit down. We sat. Now listen carefully, he continued. Tomorrow's board meeting is crucial. The campaign announcement follows immediately after. You will all play your parts perfectly. No poems, no accusations, no clever little hints about the past. Am I clear? Crystal, I said, meeting his gaze. We know exactly what's expected of us. Good. He dabbed his mouth with a napkin. Now, who's ready for dessert? Later, in the driveway, Desmond grabbed my arm. Did you see his face when I read the poem? Yeah, he knows we know. Think he suspects about tomorrow? No. I looked back at the house. His ego won't let him imagine we could actually hurt him. My phone buzzed again, Wyatt this time. Media alert prepared. Waiting for your signal. Everything's ready, I told Desmond. Alina has the legal documents. Wyatt has the press release. Maria has the board presentation. And the DA has Mom's files. What if he runs? He won't. I got into my car. He thinks he's untouchable. That's always been his weakness. Olive? Desmond leaned in through the window. What if we're wrong? What if he's prepared for this? I thought of the recording from this morning, safely backed up in 3 different locations. He's good at playing chess, Des, but Mom taught us to play the long game. She knew someday we'd need to. See you tomorrow then, front row for the fireworks? Wouldn't miss it. I started the engine. Get some sleep. Tomorrow we honor Mom's legacy. As I drove home, my phone lit up with one final text. From my father. Proud of you both for making the right choice. Everything will be perfect tomorrow. I smiled, thinking of Mom's garden metaphor in Desmond's poem. Tomorrow, the seeds she'd planted 15 years ago would finally break through to the surface. Tomorrow, truth would bloom in all its terrible beauty. And our father? He'd learned that some legacies can't be buried, no matter how deep you dig the grave. I sent a group text to our coalition. Everything's set. See you all tomorrow. Remember, timing is everything. Then I turned off my phone and poured myself a whiskey. One last quiet night before the storm. Mom's favorite saying echoed in my mind. The truth always rises. Tomorrow, it would rise like a flood. The boardroom buzzed with nervous energy. My father stood at the head of the table, shuffling through his campaign notes while board members filed in. Desmond sat beside me, his leg bouncing under the table. Maria took her usual seat, pale but composed. Before we begin, my father announced, I'd like my daughter to say a few words about family unity and our campaign vision. I stood, smoothing my skirt. Actually, Dad, I think Maria has something to present first. His head snapped up. That's not on the agenda. Consider it an amendment. Maria's voice was steady as she connected her laptop to the projector. As a board member, I have the right to present evidence of financial misconduct. The room went silent. My father's smile turned dangerous. Maria, think carefully about what you're doing. I have. She clicked a button, and the first document appeared on screen. For 15 years, what followed was devastating. Transaction records, offshore accounts, recorded conversations, including his threat to me from yesterday. Board members leaned forward, faces shifting from confusion to shock to anger. This is absurd, my father sputtered. These documents are clearly fabricated. Are they? I pulled out my phone, played the recording from our dinner. His voice filled the room. Your mother made her choices. The door opened. Wyatt walked in, followed by 2 police detectives and the district attorney. Harold, the DA said, we need to talk. This is a private meeting, my father snapped. Not anymore. One of the detectives stepped forward. We have a warrant for your arrest. On what charges? Financial fraud, corruption, conspiracy to commit murder. The detective glanced at his notepad. Want me to continue? My father laughed, but I heard the edge of panic. This is ridiculous. Olive, tell them. Tell them what, Dad? That you had Mom killed because she was going to expose you? That you've been threatening your own children? You ungrateful, he lunged forward, but Desmond stepped between us. Don't, my brother said quietly. It's over. The boardroom doors burst open again. Reporters flooded in, cameras flashing. Wyatt had timed the press release perfectly. Mr. Bennett, is it true you're being investigated for your wife's death? Did you threaten your children? What about the campaign funds? My father straightened his tie, trying to regain control. No comment. My lawyer will. Actually, Alina stepped forward, legal documents in hand. The firm's board has just voted to freeze all accounts pending investigation, including your personal assets. You can't do that? We just did. Maria stood up. The vote was unanimous. The detectives moved closer. Sir, please place your hands behind your back. For a moment, I thought he might resist. Then his shoulders slumped, and I saw something I'd never seen before. Defeat. As they let him out, he turned to me. I did everything for this family. No, I said. You did everything for yourself. Mom did everything for the family. Desmond pulled out his notebook one last time. Hey, Dad, one more poem before you go. Empire falls on feet of clay. Truth rises like the morning sun. Mother's garden blooms today. Justice's work is finally done. The media frenzy that followed was intense. Desmond and I watched from Alina's office as every major network covered the story. Prominent lawyer arrested, mayoral campaign in ruins, decades of corruption exposed. Mom would be proud, Desmond said softly. She knew we'd figure it out eventually. I handed him a file. Look what Julia found in Mom's old office. Inside were 2 letters, dated the week before her death, one for each of us. Desmond's hands shook as he read his. She knew, Olive. She knew what he might do, but she kept gathering evidence anyway. Because she believed we'd finish what she started. I wiped away tears. She believed in justice more than she feared him. My phone buzzed. Maria. Board voted. You're both reinstated as equal partners. When you're ready, the firm is yours to reform. What do you think? I asked Desmond. Ready to help me turn Dad's empire into something Mom would be proud of? He smiled. Think they'll let me add a poetry division? A knock at the door, Wyatt with more news. DA wants to meet. They're offering your father a deal, but they need your statements first. Tell them we'll be there. I stood up, gathering our mother's letters. But first, Desmond and I have somewhere to go. We drove to the cemetery in silence. Mom's grave was simple, elegant, everything she'd been in life. We laid fresh roses, and Desmond read his poem one more time. We did it, Mom, I whispered. Your garden's blooming again. As we walked back to the car, Desmond grabbed my hand. What now, sis? I thought of all the work ahead, reforming the firm, rebuilding our family's legacy, ensuring justice was served. Now, we make sure the truth stays in the light where it belongs. Together, together. I squeezed his hand, just like Mom always wanted. The courthouse steps were crowded with reporters as I walked out into the autumn sunshine. Desmond waited by the car, notebook in hand as always. 25 years, he said as I approached. Think it's enough? For fraud and conspiracy? Yes. I loosened my court attire scarf. For Mom, nothing would be enough. Our father had taken the plea deal, avoiding a public trial that would have dragged our family's name through even more mud. His final words to the judge had been, predictably, about legacy and necessity. Ready to go? Desmond asked. One more stop first. We drove to Bennett and Associates, soon to be renamed Justice Partners. The building looked different now, less imposing somehow. Maria met us in the lobby. The last of the restitution payments went out this morning, she said, walking us to the elevator. Every client who was defrauded has been made whole. And the pro bono program? I asked. Fully funded. Your mother would love what you're doing with her inheritance. In my office, our father's old office, Alina and Wyatt waited with champagne. To justice, Wyatt proposed, raising his glass. To family, Desmond added. To Mom, I said softly. As we drank, I noticed Desmond fidgeting with his notebook. What is it? I found something in Dad's personal files, a letter Mom wrote to him the day before. He pulled out a folded page. Think we should read it? The room went quiet. Maria touched my arm. Whatever you decide, we're here. I took the letter, unfolded it carefully. Harold, by the time you read this, you'll have made your choice. I hope for our children's sake, you choose truth over power. But I know you won't. I've watched you build this empire on lies, telling yourself it was for the family. But families aren't built on secrets and fear. They're built on love and truth. Olive and Desmond are stronger than you know, smarter than you give them credit for. One day, they'll see through the mirrors you've placed around them. When that day comes, I hope they'll remember to choose justice over vengeance. I've made my choice. Whatever happens to me, the truth will rise. With hope for your redemption, Margaret. Silence filled the office. Then Desmond laughed softly. What? I asked. She knew we'd end up right here, in this office, reading this letter. She played the longest game of all. Speaking of games, Alina interjected, the press is waiting downstairs. They want a statement about the firm's new direction. I looked around at our unlikely coalition, my poetic brother, my mother's loyal friend, my trusted mentor, my fierce ally. Let's give them something worth reporting. Downstairs, cameras flashed as Desmond and I stepped up to the microphones. He spoke first, clear and strong. Today marks a new chapter, not just for our firm, but for our family's legacy. My sister and I are announcing the creation of the Margaret Bennett Foundation for Legal Justice. I stepped forward. Using the recovered funds and our personal inheritance, we're establishing a network of legal clinics across the city. Every person deserves access to justice, regardless of their ability to pay. And poetry workshops, Desmond added with a grin, because sometimes justice needs a creative touch. The reporters laughed. Questions flew. What about your father's political connections? Will you continue his business relationships? How do you respond to criticism about family loyalty? I held up my hand. Our loyalty was always to the truth. That's our family's real legacy, not the one our father tried to build, but the one our mother died protecting. Back in the office, I found Julia waiting with a small package. Found this in your mother's old files, she said. Thought you might want it. Inside was a garden trowel, worn with use, and a packet of rose seeds. A note read, for when it's time to plant a new garden. Desmond appeared at my shoulder. Mom's favorite roses. Think they'll grow here? I gestured to the office's small balcony. Only one way to find out. Together, we stepped out into the sunlight. The city spread below us, not as a kingdom to be conquered, but as a community to be served. While Desmond prepared the soil in a large planter, I opened the seed packet. You know, he said, Dad always said you can't build a legacy on ideals. Dad was wrong about a lot of things. I planted the first seed. Mom knew better. She did, Maria said from the doorway, and so do you. I looked at the tiny seeds in my palm, so small yet containing so much potential, like truth, like justice, like love. Ready to grow something new? I asked Desmond. He smiled, taking a handful of seeds. Together. And there, high above the city our father had tried to own, we planted our mother's roses, seeds of truth in soil nourished by justice, waiting to bloom.
I stare at the flickering candles on my birthday cake, 34 perfect little flames dancing in the dim light of my empty dining room. The cake sits untouched, its white frosting pristine, waiting for a celebration that isn't coming. My phone buzzes against the mahogany table, Jake's name lighting up the screen. Hey, babe, change of plans. His voice carries that familiar lightness that always appears when he's about to disappoint me. Mom insisted we head up to the lake house tonight instead of tomorrow. You know how she gets. I hear Karen's shrill laugh in the background, followed by the clink of glasses. But it's our anniversary dinner, I say, my fingers tracing the edge of the carefully set plate before me. And my birthday. Right, right. We'll celebrate when I get back, okay? Double the reason to party. He chuckles, and I hear Michael's booming voice joining in. The whole family's here. Well, except you, obviously. Obviously, I echo, watching a drop of wax slide down one of the candles. When exactly did you plan this impromptu trip? Oh, you know how these things go. Mom called everyone this morning, said we needed some quality family time. Lily's here too. She managed to make it on such short notice. Of course she did. Lily never misses an opportunity to insert herself into family events, especially ones I'm excluded from. The candle wax pools on my perfect tablecloth, leaving a permanent mark. Summer? You still there? I spent 3 days preparing for tonight, I say quietly. The cake, the dinner, everything. Come on, don't be like that. You know family comes first. There's an edge to his voice now, that warning tone he uses when I'm not being reasonable enough. More laughter erupts in the background. Karen's voice carries through clearly. Jake, darling, we're opening the champagne. Listen, I've got to go. We'll talk tomorrow, okay? Love you. The line goes dead before I can respond. I sit there, staring at my phone, at the carefully arranged place settings, at the expensive wine I'd bought for the occasion. The silence in the room feels heavy, suffocating. My mother, Rebecca, warned me about this when I married Jake. That family has their own gravity, she'd said. They'll pull him back every time, and you'll be left orbiting on the outside. I didn't believe her then. I thought our love would be different, stronger. But here I am, alone on my birthday, on my anniversary, while my husband celebrates with his family at their lake house, a celebration they planned specifically without me. The candles have burned halfway down now, hot wax dripping onto the cake I spent hours decorating. Each drop feels like another small betrayal, another moment I've wasted trying to be good enough for them. My phone buzzes again, a text from Lily. Sorry you couldn't make it. Don't worry, I'll take lots of pictures. Something snaps inside me. I stand up slowly, picking up the cake with both hands. For a moment, I consider throwing it against the wall, watching it explode in a satisfying display of destruction. Instead, I walk to the kitchen, my steps measured and calm. I open the trash can and drop the entire cake inside, candles and all. The flames sputter out in the darkness, leaving only thin trails of smoke rising from the bin. This is the moment I decide, really decide, that things need to change. I've spent the last 3 years trying to fit into their world, bending and shrinking myself to please them. But as I watch the smoke dissipate in my pristine kitchen, I realize it's not about fitting in anymore. It's about making them pay attention, making them understand exactly who they've been dismissing all this time. I pull out my phone and dial my mother's number. She answers on the first ring, as if she's been waiting for my call. Mom, I say, my voice steady and clear. I need your help with something. The morning after my ruined anniversary, I find Karen in my kitchen, reorganizing my cabinets. She doesn't look up when I enter, just continues shifting my carefully arranged spice rack into what she deems a more sensible order. I thought you were at the lake house, I say, gripping the doorframe to steady myself. Oh, Summer dear, Jake mentioned you were upset last night, so I came to help sort things out. She slides my grandmother's antique serving dishes to a lower shelf. These really shouldn't be displayed up high. They're not special enough. My throat tightens. Those dishes were my grandmother's wedding gift to me. I prefer them where they were. Nonsense. You need to learn how proper homes are organized. She turns, finally looking at me with that practiced smile. Speaking of proper, I noticed you still haven't replaced those dated curtains in the living room. I've brought some catalogs from my designer. The front door opens, and Jake's heavy footsteps echo through the house. He appears in the kitchen doorway, suit wrinkled from sleeping at the lake house. Mom, what are you doing here? Just helping Summer understand how things should be done. Karen pats my cheek as she passes. She needs guidance, dear. You can't expect her to know these things, given her background. I watch Jake's face, waiting for him to defend me. He just loosens his tie and heads for the coffee maker. Thanks, Mom. Summer does struggle with some of the finer points. The betrayal stings worse than yesterday's phone call. I managed just fine before you both decided to take over my home. Don't be dramatic. Jake sighs. Mom's trying to help. You're the one who keeps fighting against fitting in with the family. Karen nods sympathetically. It's true, dear. Remember that charity gala last month? Everyone noticed how you barely spoke to the board members' wives. They were discussing their summer homes in Europe, I say. I didn't have anything to contribute. Exactly my point. Karen's voice drips with false concern. Jake needs a wife who can navigate these social waters. His position in the company depends on it. I think about the conversation I had with my mother last night, about her warnings when I first started dating Jake. The pieces are finally falling into place. When did you decide I wasn't good enough? I asked Jake directly. Was it before or after the wedding? He won't meet my eyes. That's not fair. You knew what you were marrying into. I married you, I say quietly. Not your mother's social climbing agenda. Karen's perfectly manicured hand slams a cabinet shut. I won't stand here and be insulted in my son's home. Your son's home? I laugh, the sound sharp and unfamiliar. This is my home too, or at least it was supposed to be. Jake steps between us, his face tight with frustration. Summer, stop. You're being unreasonable again. Unreasonable, I respond, tasting the word. Like when I was unreasonable about wanting to keep my job? Or unreasonable about not wanting your mother to plan our entire wedding? Those decisions were for the best, Karen interjects. A proper wife in our circle. I'm not in your circle, I cut her off, and I'm starting to think I never will be. The silence that follows is deafening. Jake stares at his coffee cup, while Karen's face flushes red with anger. Well, she says finally, I suppose we all knew this day would come. Jake, darling, we should discuss your options. My husband, the man who once promised to always choose me first, nods slightly. I'll come by the house later, Mom. As Karen gathers her designer catalogs and leaves, I stand in my reorganized kitchen, feeling like a stranger in my own home. Jake won't look at me as he heads upstairs to shower. I pull out my phone and text my mother. You were right about everything. Can we meet? Her response is immediate. Come to the boutique. We need to talk about what happened at their last charity gala. I've been doing some digging. I look around at my kitchen, at the evidence of Karen's invasion, and make a decision. I carefully return my grandmother's dishes to their proper place, high and proud where they belong. Let them think I'm backing it down. Let them believe they've won. They have no idea what's coming. My mother's boutique smells like lavender and secrets. She's waiting for me at her desk, surrounded by stacks of papers and a laptop displaying what looks like financial records. You won't believe what I've found, she says, turning the screen toward me. Remember that charity gala where Karen humiliated you about your dress? I nod, my fingers unconsciously touching the spot where Karen had loudly pointed out a loose thread, making sure everyone at the table heard about my discount store fashion sense. Well, it turns out the foundation running that gala has some interesting bookkeeping practices. Look who's on the board. The names jump out at me. Karen, Michael, and buried in the middle, Tham. But it's the numbers that make my breath catch. These donation amounts don't match what they announced. Exactly. My mother's voice is tight with controlled anger. And guess whose signature is on all the discrepancy paperwork? Before she can answer, the boutique's bell chimes. Tham walks in, his presence filling the small space with unexpected tension. My mother quickly switches screens. Summer, he says, looking uncomfortable in the feminine surroundings. I thought I might find you here. Following me now? The words come out sharper than intended. He glances at my mother, then back to me. Karen's planning another family dinner tonight. She's announcing something important about Jake's position in the company. And let me guess, I'm not invited? You are, actually. He steps closer, lowering his voice. That's why I came to warn you. It's not about Jake's position. It's about you. The air feels suddenly thick. What do you mean? I overheard her talking to Michael. They're planning to... He stops as his phone buzzes. Reading the text, his face tightens. I have to go. Just be careful tonight. Karen's not as subtle as she thinks she is. After he leaves, my mother grabs my hand. You can't go to that dinner. I have to. I look at the financial records still visible on her computer. But first, tell me everything you found. 2 hours later, I'm standing in my closet, staring at the dress Karen gave me for Christmas. Something suitable for family occasions, she'd said. I put it on, feeling the expensive fabric against my skin like armor. Jake comes home early to drive us to his parents' house. "You look nice," he says, surprised. "Mom will be pleased." That's what I'm counting on. The family estate looms ahead, all Georgian columns and old money pretension. Karen meets us at the door, her smile faltering slightly when she sees me in her chosen dress. "Summer, darling, how unexpected." The dining room is full of familiar faces. Michael at the head of the table, Lily smirking from her usual spot, Tom avoiding eye contact. I take my seat, feeling the weight of unspoken words hanging in the air. "Before we begin," Karen announces, standing with her wine glass, "we have something to discuss about the future of our family business." I watch Tom's hand tighten around his fork. "As you know," she continues, "image is everything in our circle, and sometimes difficult decisions must be made for the greater good." My phone buzzes in my lap. A text from my mother. "Document sent. Ready when you are." Karen's voice drips with false sympathy. "Summer, dear, we've been patient with your adjustment period, but it's become clear that you're not quite suited for the responsibilities of being a part of this family." "Karen," Tom interrupts, but Michael silences him with a look. "We think it's best," Karen continues, "if you and Jake take some time apart. We've already discussed it with our family lawyer." Jake stares at his plate, saying nothing. Lily's smirk grows wider. I stand slowly, feeling everyone's eyes on me. "That's interesting timing, Karen, because I've just been discussing some things with my lawyer, too." I pull out my phone, opening the documents my mother sent. "Would you like to explain these financial records to everyone, or should I?" The color drains from Karen's face as I turn my phone's screen toward the table, displaying the evidence of years of careful fraud. "Summer," Michael warns, but I can hear the fear beneath his authority. "No," I say quietly. "I think it's time everyone heard exactly what kind of family business we're really running here." The morning after exposing Karen's financial records, I find an envelope slipped under my door. Inside is a single photograph. Jake and Lily at a cafe, their heads close together, hands intertwined on the table. The timestamp shows last Tuesday, when Jake said he was working late. My phone rings. Tom's name flashes on the screen. "Did you get it?" he asks without preamble. "You sent this?" "Karen did. She's having it delivered to every board member right now, along with a carefully crafted story about your unstable accusations and desperate attempts to destroy the family." My fingers trace the edge of the photo. She's trying to discredit me. It's worse than that. Michael's called an emergency board meeting. They're voting to remove all questioned transactions from the records. Once they're gone, my evidence disappears. The realization hits like a physical blow, and I look like a jealous wife making false allegations. A text from Jake appears. "We need to talk. Coming home early." I end the call with Tom and move through our house, touching familiar objects that suddenly feel foreign. The wedding photo on the mantel. The throw pillows Karen insisted would elevate the space. The kitchen where Jake and I used to cook together before family dinners became mandatory events at his parents' house. The front door opens. Jake's footsteps are heavy, deliberate. "Karen showed me what you did," he says, standing in the doorway. "Those records were private family matters." "Like your private matters with Lily?" His face doesn't register surprise at the photo in my hand. "That's different. Lily understands our world, our responsibilities. She knows what's expected." "And I don't?" "You've never tried. Every event, every dinner, every opportunity to prove yourself, you resist. You fight against everything this family stands for." A laugh bubbles up, bitter and sharp. "Your family stands for fraud and manipulation. Tell me, was Lily part of the plan from the beginning, or did Karen arrange that too?" He steps closer, voice dropping to that patronizing tone he's learned from his father. "Summer, be reasonable. We can fix this. Return the documents, apologize to the board, and we'll get you the help you need." "Help?" The word tastes like poison. Karen's found an excellent facility, very discreet. A few months there, and everyone will understand why you made these accusations. Your emotional instability will explain everything. The pieces click into place. This was their plan all along, not just to discredit me, but to erase me completely. While I was gathering evidence of their financial fraud, they were building a case for my mental incompetence. My phone buzzes again. A message from my mother. Don't react. Meeting with our lawyer now. Stay calm and play along. Jake watches me, waiting for the breakdown they've all predicted. Instead, I walk to our bedroom and pull out a suitcase. What are you doing? Packing for the facility. I fold clothes methodically, feeling his confusion. You're right. I need help. He relaxes slightly, reaching for his phone, no doubt to alert Karen of his success. I'll make the arrangements. Just one thing first. I turn to face him. I need to visit my mother, to explain things, say goodbye properly. You understand, right? Family obligations and all that. The irony of using their own manipulation tactics makes my skin crawl, but Jake nods approvingly. Of course, I'll drive you tomorrow. No, I say quickly. I'd rather go alone. One last act of independence before getting help. He agrees, probably thinking he's won. As he leaves to share his victory with Karen, I finish packing, but not for the facility. In my suitcase, hidden beneath carefully folded clothes, lies a USB drive containing copies of every document they think they can erase. My mother's text comes just as I zip the suitcase. Lawyer says we have enough. Time to show them what real family loyalty looks like. I look around our bedroom one last time, at the life I thought I wanted. Tomorrow, Karen and Michael will learn that trying to commit me was their biggest mistake. Because now I have nothing left to lose. The boutique's bell chimes as I enter, but my mother isn't alone. Tham sits at her desk, his usually pristine suit wrinkled, his face drawn. They both look up, conversation stopping mid-sentence. You shouldn't be here, Tham says, standing quickly. Karen's having you watched. I drop my suitcase by the door. I know. Her private investigator has been parked outside my house since dawn. I pull out my phone, showing them the texts from Jake asking where I am, when I'll be back, if I'm thinking clearly. My mother moves swiftly, locking the front door and flipping the sign to closed. We found something else, she says. Show her, Tham. He hesitates, then slides a folder across the desk. Inside are more financial records, but these are different from the Charity Foundation documents. These show a pattern of suspicious transfers between Michael's company and a series of offshore accounts. Karen's not the mastermind, Tham says quietly. She's just a puppet. Michael's been orchestrating everything for years, including your marriage to Jake. The words hit like physical blows. What do you mean? Your father's old company? The one that went bankrupt 10 years ago? Tham won't meet my eyes. Michael engineered its collapse. He wanted to buy it cheap, but your father refused to sell. My legs go weak. I grab the edge of the desk, memories flooding back. My father's confusion over suddenly hostile investors, the mysterious audit, his heart attack 3 months after losing everything. Michael's been watching you ever since, Tham continues. When Jake met you at that charity event, it wasn't coincidence. They needed someone connected to your father's old patents, someone they could control through marriage. The boutique's quiet hum feels suddenly oppressive. And you knew? Not until recently. When you started digging into the foundation, I did some digging of my own. He runs a hand through his hair. I couldn't stay silent anymore. Not after what they're planning for you. My mother touches my arm. The facility they want to send you to? It's not just for treatment. People who go there, they don't come back the same. Michael has connections there, influences the treatments. A car door slams outside. Through the window, I see Lily stepping out of her Mercedes, phone pressed to her ear. She's calling Karen, Tham says urgently. You need to leave, now. But I don't move. Years of manipulation, my father's death, my carefully orchestrated marriage. It all crystallizes into a single, clarifying moment of rage. No, I say. my voice steady, despite the trembling in my hands. I'm done running. I pull the USB drive from my pocket, the one containing copies of the foundation documents. How long would it take to add these new records to what we already have? Tom glances nervously at the window. Minutes, but... Do it, I turn to my mother. You still have that list of board members' private emails? She nods, understanding lighting her eyes. And the press contacts. Lily's heels click on the sidewalk outside. Tom's fingers fly over the laptop keyboard, copying files. Karen and Michael think they can commit me, erase me. I pick up a letter opener from the desk, its weight solid and real in my hand. Let's see how they handle having their whole empire erased instead. Summer, Tom warns. Once we do this, there's no going back. Michael won't just try to discredit you, he'll destroy you. I think of my father's confusion in his final days, of Jake's betrayal, of the years stolen from me by their schemes. He can try. The bell chimes. Lily stands in the doorway, her smile sharp as a knife. Having a family meeting without us? I meet her gaze steadily. Actually, we're about to send some very interesting emails. Would you like to watch your world burn, or would you prefer to be surprised? Her smile falters. Behind me, Tom presses enter. The sound of multiple emails sending fills the silence, like the first raindrops before a storm. My phone buzzes. Jake again, demanding to know where I am. I text back 3 words. Ask your father. Then I settle into my mother's chair, the letter opener cool against my palm, and wait for the hurricane I've just unleashed. The police cruiser's lights flash silently outside the boutique as Michael strides through the door, flanked by 2 officers. Karen follows, her face a mask of concerned motherly worry. Behind them, Jake hesitates in the doorway, unable to meet my eyes. That's her, Michael says, his voice steady and reasonable. My daughter-in-law. We're very concerned about her mental state. I stay seated in my mother's chair, the USB drive heavy in my pocket. Tom stands rigid by the window, while my mother moves protectively closer to me. Summer. Karen steps forward, hand outstretched. Darling, we're here to help. These episodes of yours, these paranoid accusations. Show them the files, I tell Tom. He reaches for the laptop, but one of the officers moves first. Ma'am, we have a court order. You need to come with us. What court order? My mother demands. Michael produces a document with practiced smoothness. A temporary psychiatric hold. For her own protection, of course, and the laptop and any devices need to be seized as evidence of her disturbed behavior. The second officer approaches the desk. I stand, my fingers curling around the letter opener. Those files prove everything. The fraud, the manipulation, my father's company. You see? Karen's voice breaks perfectly. She's having delusions about her poor father's death. We should have acted sooner. The officer reaches for the laptop. Tom steps forward, but Michael's quiet cough stops him. Remember your position, brother. I look at Jake, silently begging him to speak up, to remember the man he was before his family consumed him. He stares at the floor. Summer, my mother warns, as I back away from the approaching officer. Don't! But I'm already moving, grabbing the laptop and running for the back door. I hear shouts, footsteps, the crack of something falling. The alley behind the boutique is dark with evening shadows. I make it 3 steps before strong arms catch me. The laptop clatters to the ground, screen shattering. Jake's hands grip my shoulders as I struggle. Stop fighting, he pleads. You're only making it worse. Like you made it worse? I spit back. Was any of it real? Or was I just another acquisition for your father's company? Pain flashes across his face. I did love you, but family. Family! I laugh, the sound bordering on hysteria. You destroyed my family. Your father killed mine. The officers approach cautiously, handcuffs ready. Behind them, Michael picks up the broken laptop with gloved hands. The USB drive, I say desperately. Tom, tell them about... But Tom is gone. Through the boutique's back door, I see him slipping away, shoulders hunched. Another betrayal to add to the collection. It's okay, Karen soothes as the handcuffs click around my wrists. The facility has excellent doctors. They'll help you understand that none of these conspiracy theories are real. My mother tries to intervene, but Michael quietly reminds her of certain tax irregularities in the boutique's books that could cause problems if she interferes. As they lead me to the cruiser, I see Lily watching from her car, phone raised to record everything. Her smile is triumphant. The emails, I remind myself. They can't stop the emails. Already handled, Michael says smoothly. Amazing how quickly internet providers respond to court orders about potentially dangerous individuals spreading libelous material. The cruiser's back seat is cold leather and defeat. Through the window, I watch my mother's helpless face, Jake's conflicted one, Karen's satisfied smile. Michael stands apart, checking his phone with the same expression he probably wore when he destroyed my father's company. Patient appears agitated, one officer speaks into his radio. Proceeding to Oakwood Psychiatric Facility. I close my eyes, remembering my mother's words about people who go into that place. About how they come out changed, or don't come out at all. The cruiser pulls away from the curb. In my pocket, the USB drive feels like a burning coal against my leg. They didn't search me. Why would they? In their minds, I'm just a hysterical woman having a breakdown. Let them think that. Let them believe they've won. Because they forgot one thing in their perfect plan. I'm my father's daughter, and he taught me to always keep a backup plan. As the city lights blur past the window, I press my thumb against the drive's hidden switch, sending one final pre-programmed email to every news outlet in the state. Now we'll see who's really crazy. Oakwood Psychiatric Facility looms ahead, all Victorian architecture and manicured lawns that can't quite hide its true nature. The police cruiser hasn't even stopped when Michael's Mercedes pulls up alongside, Karen already stepping out with a thick folder in her hands. The admission papers are ready, she tells the officers. We'll take it from here. That's when the first news van arrives, then another, and another. Michael's phone buzzes. His face, usually so controlled, goes slack as he reads the screen. Behind him, Jake is staring at his own phone, color draining from his face. What did you do? Karen demands, her perfectly manicured fingers crushing the admission papers. I smile, feeling the empty USB drive in my pocket. Check the news. The headlines are already spreading. CEO Michael Harrison linked to decade-old corporate sabotage. Family empire built on fraud. Suspicious deaths connected to Harrison Industries. Tom's car screeches into the parking lot. He jumps out, waving documents. Stop! Those commitment papers are fraudulent. I have proof of coercion at the courthouse. The officers exchange uncertain looks. Karen steps forward, her voice honey-sweet. Officers, please. She's clearly orchestrated this desperate attempt to... To what? My mother's voice cuts through as she emerges from Tom's car. To expose how you destroyed her father's company? How you manipulated my daughter into marriage for those patents? Reporters are approaching now, cameras rolling. Michael grabs Karen's arm, trying to retreat, but they're surrounded. Summer? Jake reaches for me, but I step back. Whatever you think you're doing. Playing the game, I say. Isn't that what your father taught you? Always be 3 moves ahead? Michael's mask finally cracks. You think you've won? One press release, some unsubstantiated claims. Check your offshore accounts, I tell him. The ones you used to hide the money from my father's company. Tom's been quite helpful with those records. Michael whirls on his brother, but Tom stands his ground. Enough, he says. I watched you destroy her father. I won't watch you destroy her too. Lily pushes through the crowd, phone still recording. Daddy, the board members are calling. Everyone's received copies of the documents. Documents you helped me gather, I tell her. All those times you followed me, recorded me. I made sure you caught exactly what I wanted on camera. Her face contorts with rage as she realizes how I used her own jealousy against her. Mrs. Harrison, a reporter calls out, can you comment on allegations that your family orchestrated your father's death? No comment, Michael snaps, but it's too late. The question hangs in the air, heavy with accusation. Karen makes one last attempt. Summer, darling, think about what you're doing to this family. Family? I laugh. You tried to have me committed, to erase me, just like you erased my father. The officers are on their radios now, reporting the situation to their superiors. More police cars are arriving, but these aren't Michael's puppets. It's over, I tell them. The evidence is everywhere. News outlets, social media, the SEC. You can't bury this one. Jake steps between me and his parents, his face conflicted. Summer, please. We can fix this. No, I say quietly. We can't. But maybe that's not such a bad thing. Michael's phone keeps buzzing with panicked messages from board members, investors, lawyers. Karen's perfect composure crumbles as reporters shout questions about the psychiatric facility's connection to other mysterious patient disappearances. You'll regret this, Michael warns, but his voice lacks its usual authority. I think of my father's confusion in his final days, of all the other lives they've destroyed with their schemes and manipulations. No, I say. I don't think I will. The new officers are approaching Michael now, warrant in hand. Karen clutches her designer bag like a shield. Lily's phone slips from her fingers, screen cracking on the pavement. As they're led away, Jake tries one last time. What about us? I remove my wedding ring, letting it fall next to Lily's broken phone. There never really was an us, was there? Just another acquisition for the family business. The morning sun catches the ring as it hits the ground, throwing light like shattered promises across the pavement. Behind me, my mother places a steady hand on my shoulder as reporters surge forward with their questions. But I have nothing left to say to any of them. The truth can speak for itself now. The boutique's bell chimes as I unlock the door, morning light streaming through newly cleaned windows. My mother's old desk, now mine, sits empty, waiting for the day to begin. The newspaper on its surface shows Michael's arrest splashed across the front page. Karen's perfectly composed face cracking as she's led away by federal agents. Tham appears in the doorway, hesitating before stepping inside. The board approved the transfer of your father's patents back to your control, he says. Michael signed the papers this morning. I trace the wood grain of the desk, remembering my father doing the same in his office years ago. And the company? In shambles. Jake's trying to hold it together, but... He trails off, watching me carefully. He's been asking about you. The bell chimes again. Lily stands there, looking smaller without her designer clothes and carefully crafted superiority. I brought these, she says, placing a box on the counter. Photos from your father's company parties. I found them in Karen's study. Her hands shake slightly as she steps back. I didn't know. About your father, about any of it. I just wanted... to belong, I finish. I know the feeling. She nods once, then leaves quickly, the bell's cheerful sound at odds with her retreat. I open the box, finding memories preserved in glossy prints, my father laughing with colleagues, Michael standing nearby, already calculating his destruction. But there's something else beneath the photos. Documents, contracts, handwritten notes in Michael's precise hand. More evidence? Tham asks. Insurance, I correct him, closing the box. In case history tries to repeat itself, the morning sun catches the new sign being installed outside. Summer and Rebecca's boutique. My mother appears beneath it, carrying coffee and fresh flowers for the counter. First day of the rest of your life, she says, arranging the blooms. Are you ready? Before I can answer, Jake's car pulls up outside. He looks different, tired, uncertain, his expensive suit hanging loose on his frame. Our eyes meet through the window, and for a moment, I see the man I thought I married, before his family's poison took hold. He doesn't come in. Instead, he places something on the sidewalk and drives away. Tham brings in the package, divorce papers, already signed, and a letter I'll never read. You could still press charges, Tham reminds me. About the commitment papers, the harassment. No, I say, watching Jake's car disappear around the corner. Some prisons don't need walls. My mother touches the flowers, adjusting a bloom. Your father would be proud, you know, not just of the justice, but of how you've rebuilt. The morning light fills the boutique, touching everything with possibility. A young woman peers through the window, admiring a display. Soon there will be customers, orders to fill, a business to run. Normal things, real things, untainted by manipulation and control. We should get ready to open, I tell them. moving behind the counter. The security camera blinks silently in the corner. My own installation, not Karen's. The safe holds copies of every document that brought down Michael's empire, insurance against future battles. Tom lingers by the door. The family lawyers want to discuss settlements, inheritance rights. Tell them to keep it, I say. I have everything I need right here. He nods, understanding what I'm not saying. Some inheritances are poison, some victories Pyrrhic. But as he leaves, I see him stand straighter, freed from his brother's shadow at last. My mother flips the sign to open as the first customer enters. The woman looks around appreciatively, then approaches the counter with a smile. I love what you've done with the place, she says. It feels honest. I return her smile, feeling the weight of the past few months settle into something manageable, like scar tissue protecting a healed wound. The box of photos sits under my desk, a reminder and a warning. The divorce papers wait unsigned, a choice rather than a necessity. The customer browses, my mother arranges flowers, and morning light fills every corner of my new domain. Not everything broken can be fixed. Not every victory feels like triumph. But as I open the register to begin the day's business, I realize some battles are won simply by surviving them, by refusing to become what tried to destroy you. The bell chimes again, and I look up to greet whatever comes next.
The text message from my mother was crystal clear. Family meeting, 7 p.m., non-negotiable. I stood at my parents' front door, my hand hovering over the brass knocker, knowing whatever waited inside wouldn't be good. The perfectly manicured lawn and gleaming Mercedes in the driveway screamed success, the kind my family worshipped and I'd apparently failed to achieve. I am Melanie, the black sheep of the Gonzalez family. While my siblings collected degrees and accolades, like trading cards, I chose a different path, one that involved creating things with my hands and building something uniquely mine. The door swung open before I could knock. You're late, my mother said, her lips pressed into a thin line. Everyone's waiting. I checked my watch, 6:58 p.m. In my family, anything less than 10 minutes early was considered late. The living room fell silent as I entered. My sister Wendy sat primly on the edge of the leather sofa, her lawyer's briefcase by her feet. Louisa, fresh from her hospital shift, still wore her scrubs like a badge of honor. Nathan, my younger brother, didn't even look up from his phone. My father stood by the fireplace, hands clasped behind his back, like a general preparing for battle. Sit down, Melanie, he commanded, gesturing to the lone armchair facing everyone else. The setup reminded me of those intervention shows on TV. What's this about? I asked, remaining standing. Wendy reached into her briefcase and pulled out a document. We've been discussing the family's future, she said, in her courtroom voice, and we've come to a decision. A necessary one, my mother added, perching beside Louisa. For the good of the family. The document made its way into my hands. The legal jargon was dense, but certain phrases jumped out. Formal dissolution of familial ties, relinquishment of inheritance rights, termination of family association. You're disowning me? The words came out as a whisper. It's not personal. Nathan finally looked up. It's business. Business, I laughed, the sound harsh in the quiet room. I'm your daughter, your sister. How is this not personal? Your choices reflect poorly on the family name, my father said. Your little craft hobby. My business, I corrected. Making trinkets in your apartment isn't a business, Louisa scoffed. It's embarrassing. Do you know how it feels when my colleagues ask what my sister does? We've given you every opportunity, my mother continued. The best schools, connections, resources, and you've thrown it all away to play with glue and glitter. I looked down at the document again, my hands steady despite the earthquake in my chest. Years of subtle jabs, disappointed sighs, and backhanded compliments had prepared me for this moment. They'd never understood me, never tried to. Where do I sign? My mother blinked, clearly expecting tears or pleading. Melanie, if you just reconsider your choices. Where do I sign? Wendy pointed to the bottom of the page. Initial here and sign here. There's a notary waiting in the study. 10 minutes later, it was done. I was no longer officially part of the Gonzalez family. The weight of their expectations, their judgment, their disapproval, all of it lifted from my shoulders. "I hope you understand," my father said, as I headed for the door. "This is for the best." I turned back one last time, taking in their faces, the people who were supposed to love me unconditionally. "You know what's funny? You're so worried about the family name, about success and reputation, but you have no idea what I've actually built. You never bothered to ask." "Melanie," my mother started. "No," I cut her off. "You've made your choice. Now you get to live with it." The door closed behind me with a soft click, far too gentle for the magnitude of what had just happened. My phone buzzed, a notification from my business account. Another major order had come in, pushing my monthly revenue well into 6 figures. Again, I smiled as I walked to my car, thinking about the stack of orders waiting to be filled, the upcoming collaboration with a major retailer, and the feature article being written about my innovative approach to sustainable crafting. They wanted to cut me off? Fine. They'd learned soon enough what they'd thrown away. Success, after all, is the sweetest revenge. As I drove away from the house I'd grown up in, I didn't feel sadness or anger. Instead, I felt something else entirely: freedom. The freedom to be exactly who I was, without apology or explanation. Family, I realized, isn't about sharing a name or DNA. It's about who believes in you when no one else will. And I had people in my life who did exactly that. They just weren't the ones I was leaving behind. "You did what?" Mara nearly spilled her coffee across my workshop table. 3 days had passed since the disownment, and I'd finally gathered the courage to tell my best friend. "Sign the papers without arguing," I said, carefully applying gold leaf to my latest creation. You should have seen their faces. They expected tears, begging, maybe a dramatic breakdown. "But your inheritance, Mel, the family connections, all of it, just gone?" I set down my tools and looked at her directly. What inheritance? A share in a car dealership I never wanted. The privilege of being told I'm a disappointment at every family dinner. Ezra burst through the door, his laptop clutched to his chest like a lifeline. My marketing guru and business partner always had perfect timing. "Mel, you need to see this." He spun his laptop around. "Our latest collection just got picked up by Style and Home magazine. They're calling you the artisan revolutionizing sustainable home decor." Mara peered at the screen. "Holy shit, Mel, these numbers. Is that really how much you're making?" "That's just last month," Ezra grinned. "Wait until they see what we've got planned next. The eco-friendly packaging initiative alone is going to—" My phone buzzed, another order notification, then another, and another. "What's happening?" I asked Ezra. He refreshed his browser. "The article just went live. We're trending on social media. The sustainable living community is going crazy over your recycled material techniques." I walked to the wall of shelves, displaying my latest pieces. Handcrafted home decor, made entirely from reclaimed materials. Each piece told a story. Discarded wood, transformed into elegant wall art. Salvaged metal, reformed into striking sculptures. Forgotten glass, reborn as stunning light fixtures. "We need to scale up," Ezra said, already typing furiously. "I'm getting inquiries from 3 major retailers. They want exclusive collections." Mara squeezed my shoulder. "And your family has no idea." "They never bothered to look," I said, picking up a piece I'd finished that morning. A delicate wind chime, made from sea glass and driftwood. Too busy being embarrassed by their crafty daughter to notice she built a 6-figure business from scratch. 7 figures actually, Ezra corrected, still typing. "After these deals go through." My phone rang. Unknown number. "Hello. Is this Melanie Gonzalez?" A woman's crisp voice asked. "This is Catherine Chen, from Business Forward magazine. We're doing a feature on emerging entrepreneurs in the sustainable luxury market. Your name keeps coming up." I caught Ezra's eye. He gave me a thumbs up. "I'd love to hear more," I said, keeping my voice steady despite my racing heart. We're particularly interested in your journey. Young female entrepreneur, innovative approach to sustainability, rapid growth. Would you be open to an interview? Cover story potential. I thought about my family's faces when they saw me on the cover of a national business magazine. Absolutely. When were you thinking? After setting up the interview, I turned to find both Mara and Ezra staring at me. What? Business forward, Ezra whispered. Do you know how huge this is? Their features can make or break companies. Mara hugged me tight. This is it, Mel. This is your moment to show them all. I pulled away and picked up my tools again. No, this is my moment to show myself. I've got orders to fill. The next few weeks passed in a blur. I hired 3 assistants to help with production. Ezra expanded our online presence and negotiated deals with retailers. Mara helped me prepare for the Business Forward interview. Tell me again about your inspiration, she said one evening, playing reporter. I held up my latest piece, a chandelier made from broken mirrors and copper wire. I see beauty in broken things, in the pieces others throw away. Everything has potential if you look at it the right way. That's it, she said softly. That's what makes your work special. You're not just making pretty things, you're telling stories of transformation. My phone buzzed with a text from Ezra. Major department store wants to meet. Tomorrow, be ready. I looked around my workshop, once a dusty garage, now a thriving studio. Orders lined the walls. Half-finished pieces waited on workbenches. The air smelled of wood polish and possibility. You know what the best part is? I said to Mara, who was admiring the chandelier. I'm doing exactly what I've always wanted to do. What they called a hobby is now an empire in the making. Speaking of them, Mara hesitated. Have you heard anything? Not a word. I picked up my tools again. But they will. Soon enough, everyone will. The chandelier caught the setting sun, sending fractured light dancing across the walls. Like my life, I thought. Broken pieces, creating something unexpectedly beautiful. Time to get back to work, I said, reaching for another piece of salvaged copper. These orders won't fill themselves. There she is. Catherine from Business Forward rushed toward me, her heels clicking against the studio floor. Our cover girl. She thrust the magazine into my hands. My face stared back at me, surrounded by my most intricate pieces. The headline read, "The Queen of Sustainable Luxury, How Melanie Gonzalez Turned Trash into Treasure." The response has been incredible, Catherine gushed. Social media's exploding. 3 major networks want interviews. Ezra burst in, waving his phone. Mel, the website crashed from traffic. We've got wait lists forming for every piece. And that department store deal? They doubled their initial offer. I traced my finger over the magazine cover, still struggling to believe it was real. The article detailed everything. My creative process, business model, revenue growth. Everything except my family's rejection. The Today Show called, Catherine continued. They want you for Monday morning. Prime slot. My phone lit up with a text from Wendy. My first contact with family in 2 months. We need to talk. Urgent family matters. I showed the message to Mara, who'd been quietly organizing orders in the corner. Funny how you're suddenly family again, she muttered. Another text arrived, this time from Louisa. Saw the magazine. Why didn't you tell us? Call me ASAP. Ignore them, Ezra said, glancing at my phone. We've got bigger things to focus on. The Singapore collector wants to commission 3 custom pieces, 6 figures each. Catherine cleared her throat. Speaking of figures, Forbes is interested in featuring you in their 30 under 30 list. The notifications kept coming. Nathan, Mom's upset. You should call her. Then my father. We should discuss your recent publicity. Your story's inspiring people, Catherine said, oblivious to my family drama. Young entrepreneur refuses to follow conventional path, proves everyone wrong. It's resonating. Especially the sustainability angle, Ezra added. The video of you collecting materials from demolition sites went viral. People love seeing the transformation process. My phone buzzed again. My mother this time. Family dinner, Sunday, 7 p.m. We have much to discuss. Mara read the message over my shoulder. You're not going, right? I set the phone down and picked up a piece of sea glass, turning it over in my hands. Remember what you said about my work, Mara? About seeing beauty in broken things. Mel, no, they don't deserve. I'm going. I cut her off. But not for the reasons they think. The rest of the week was a whirlwind. The Today Show interview went viral. Orders flooded in faster than we could handle them. I hired 5 more assistants and leased additional workspace. Look at these numbers, Ezra said during our Friday meeting. We've exceeded our annual projection in just 2 months. The sustainable luxury market can't get enough of your work. The waiting list for custom pieces is 6 months long, one of my assistants added. Even with the premium pricing. I nodded, only half listening. Sunday's dinner loomed in my mind. Then my phone lit up with an email that changed everything. Holy shit, I whispered. Ezra looked up. What? The Museum of Modern Art. They want to feature my work in their upcoming exhibition on sustainable art. The studio erupted in cheers. Mara hugged me tight. See? This is what happens when you believe in yourself. When do they want to meet? Ezra asked, already pulling up his calendar. Next week, in New York? I laughed. They're sending a private jet. Sunday arrived too quickly. As I pulled up to my parents' house, I noticed all their cars were already there. The whole family, right on time as usual. My phone buzzed one last time. A message from Catherine. Breaking news. Your Business Forward feature just won us Magazine Story of the Year. Congratulations. I smiled, tucking the phone away. Perfect timing. The door opened before I could knock. My mother stood there, looking exactly as she had the night they disowned me. Except now her eyes held something new. Desperation. Melanie, darling. She stepped forward for a hug I didn't return. We've missed you. Behind her, I could see the rest of the family in the living room. Wendy with her briefcase again. Louisa, pretending to read something on her phone. Nathan actually looking at me this time. My father, still by his beloved fireplace. Have you? I asked, stepping past her into the house. Or did you miss what I represent now? The room fell silent. On the coffee table, I spotted copies of Business Forward. My face stared up at all of us, a testament to everything they'd dismissed. We should talk, my father said, his voice lacking its usual authority. About the future, about family. I sat in the same chair they'd put me in months ago, when they'd decided I wasn't good enough to be part of their family. Yes, I agreed, smoothing my designer dress, paid for with my little craft hobby money. Let's talk about the future. The silence in the living room was thick enough to cut. My mother bustled around, pouring tea nobody asked for, while my father cleared his throat repeatedly. Your work is impressive, Wendy finally said, tapping the magazine cover. The profit margins mentioned in the article are quite remarkable. Remarkable, I raised an eyebrow. I thought it was just a hobby, playing with glue and glitter. Wasn't that what you called it, Louisa? Louisa shifted uncomfortably in her seat. We may have been hasty in our judgments. Hasty? I took a sip of tea. You disowned me, had it notarized. About that, my father stepped forward. We've been discussing as a family, and we believe it's time to rectify that unfortunate situation. Unfortunate situation, I repeated. Is that what we're calling it now? Wendy reached for her briefcase, always the lawyer. I've drawn up papers to nullify the previous agreement. We can have it done today. The timing seems convenient, I said, watching their faces. Right after the magazine cover, the TV appearances, the museum exhibition announcement. Museum exhibition? Nathan perked up. Which museum? MoMA, I said casually, enjoying their shocked expressions. They're flying me to New York next week. Private jet. My mother dropped a teacup. It shattered on the hardwood floor, but nobody moved to clean it up. Melanie, my father's voice, took on the tone he used for important business deals. There's something else we need to discuss. The dealership is struggling. I finished for him. I know. I did my research. The shift toward electric vehicles hit you hard. Banks aren't as friendly as they used to be. The color drained from his face. How did you? I have good financial advisors now. They keep me informed about potential opportunities. Then you understand, Wendy jumped in. The family business needs to evolve. Your sustainable approach, your media presence, it could be exactly what we need. I laughed, the sound echoing in the tense room. So that's what this is about. You don't want me back. You want my success to save you. That's not fair, Louisa protested. We're family, are we? I stood up, walking to the fireplace, where family photos still hung. None of them including me. Because 3 months ago, in this very room, you made it very clear that I wasn't family anymore. People make mistakes, my mother said softly. We're trying to make it right. No, I turned to face them. You're trying to save yourselves. The dealership's facing bankruptcy, isn't it, Dad? And Wendy, that partner position you were promised. It fell through when your biggest client left. Louisa's hospital is cutting staff, and Nathan's research funding got pulled. They stared at me, shocked at how much I knew. Like I said, good advisors. We could help each other, my father insisted. Pool our resources. The Gonzalez name still means something in this city. My name means something, I corrected him. My work means something. And I did that without your help. Actually, I did it despite your active discouragement. My phone buzzed, a text from Ezra. Singapore collector doubled their offer. Again, says price is no object. I have a meeting, I said, gathering my things, with people who believed in me before the magazine covers and TV spots. Melanie, please. My mother grabbed my arm. We're sorry, we were wrong. What more can we say? I gently removed her hand. You know what's interesting about my work? I take broken things that people throw away and turn them into something valuable. But some things, once broken, can't be fixed. Some relationships, once shattered, stay that way. You're really going to hold a grudge? Nathan asked, after we've apologized. Apologized. I walked to the door. All I've heard are business propositions and convenient excuses. Not one of you has actually said you're proud of what I've built, or that you were wrong about my choices. You just want what I have now. That's not true. Wendy started. Save it. I cut her off. Keep your legal papers and your business proposals. I'm doing fine on my own. At the door, I turned back one last time. You know what the worst part is? If you'd supported me from the beginning, I would have helped you without hesitation. Family meant everything to me, but you taught me something valuable when you disowned me. Sometimes the family you choose is better than the family you're born into. I walked out, leaving them with their broken teacup and shattered pride. My phone buzzed again. Mara this time. How'd it go? Exactly as expected, I texted back. They want what I have, not who I am. Their loss, she replied. Studios packed with orders. Want to come help? Pizza's on me. I smiled, starting my car. On my way. Family dinner's overrated anyway. The sun was setting as I drove away, casting long shadows behind me. Like the pieces I worked with, I'd been discarded, but found my own way to shine. Some might call it karma. I called it justice. The text came 3 days later. Dinner tonight, please. Dad. I showed it to Ezra during our morning meeting. Think he'll actually say please in person. Don't go, he said, not looking up from his laptop. We've got the MoMA meeting tomorrow, and the Singapore contracts need reviewing. I'm going. I picked up a piece of twisted metal, considering its potential. But this time, I choose the place. I texted back, La Maison, 8 p.m. I'll make reservations. The response was immediate. That's a bit expensive. I'm buying, I replied. Bring Mom. La Maison was the kind of restaurant my parents used to brag about going to before the dealership started struggling. I arrived early, wearing a designer dress that cost more than my old monthly rent. They walked in right on time, looking uncomfortable. The maitre d' recognized me immediately. Ms. Gonzalez, your usual table is ready. The chef sends his regards, and asks if you'd like the special tasting menu he's prepared. My parents' eyes widened. I smiled. That would be lovely, Thomas. Thank you. Once seated, my father cleared his throat. Your usual table. I invest in local businesses, I said, sipping my water. This place included. The chef does amazing things with sustainable ingredients. My mother fidgeted with her napkin. Melanie, about Sunday. Let's order first. I cut her off as the sommelier approached. The 82 Bordeaux, please. The whole bottle. My father's face paled. I knew he recognized the four-figure wine. Now, I said, after our glasses were filled. What's so urgent? They exchanged glances before my father spoke. The bank called in our loans, all of them. We have 30 days to either refinance or sell the dealership. And my mother jumped in. We've explored every option. Nobody's lending in this market, not to car dealerships, especially not to dealerships without a clear transition plan to electric vehicles, I added. The first course arrived, tiny works of art on pristine plates. My parents barely touched theirs. We need help, my father said finally. The words seemed to physically pain him. Your help. Financial help, I clarified. Not family reconciliation. Both, my mother insisted. We were wrong, Melanie, so wrong. Seeing what you've built, what you've become, what I've become. I set down my fork. I'm exactly who I was 3 months ago. The only difference is now I have money and influence. The second course arrived. My father still hadn't touched his first. We're not just asking for money, he said. We want to merge the businesses. Your vision, your sustainable approach, it could revolutionize the dealership. Electric vehicles, eco-friendly practices, and save the family name, I finished. That's what this is really about, isn't it? My mother reached for my hand. I let her take it, watching her face. We're losing everything, Melanie. The house, the business, our reputation. Like I lost my family. She withdrew her hand. The main course arrived, perfectly cooked Wagyu beef. The chef stopped by personally to check on us. Everything is perfect, Antonio, I assured him. The new sustainable menu is brilliant. After he left, my father leaned forward. How much? Excuse me? To save the dealership, how much do you want? I laughed. The sound drawing glances from nearby tables. You still don't get it. This isn't about money. It never was. Then what do you want? He demanded. Frustration breaking through his carefully maintained facade. I wanted you to love me for who I am, I said quietly. I wanted you to be proud of me before the magazine covers and TV spots. I wanted a family who saw my value without a dollar sign attached to it. The dessert arrived, a spectacular creation of spun sugar and gold leaf. My mother started crying silently. We can change, she whispered. We can be better. I signaled for the check. Maybe you can. But here's the thing. I don't need you to anymore. I don't need your approval, your connections, or your name. I built something beautiful out of what you threw away. The bill came. I handed over my black card without looking at the total. So that's it? My father asked. You'll let the family business die? Let us lose everything? I stood up, smoothing my dress. You taught me an important lesson when you disowned me. Business is business. It's not personal. Melanie, please, my mother started. I have an early flight to New York tomorrow. I cut her off. The museum's sending a car at 6. Enjoy the rest of your dinner. It's already paid for. I walked out of La Maison, leaving them with their cold food and colder reality. My phone buzzed, Mara asking how it went. They finally said please. I texted back. Too bad it was for the wrong reasons. The night air was cool on my face as I headed home. Tomorrow I'd be discussing my art in one of the world's premier museums. Tonight, I'd left my parents with the bill they never saw coming. The true cost of throwing away family for the sake of appearances. They offered what? Mara nearly fell off her chair in my New York hotel suite. 20 million, I repeated, still staring at the contract MoMA's lawyers had presented for a permanent installation and consulting role on their sustainable art initiative. Holy shit. Ezra whispered, pacing the room. That's not including the Singapore deals or the retail contracts. My phone buzzed. Wendy again. Dad's meeting with bankruptcy lawyers tomorrow. Please call. I ignored it, focusing on the Manhattan skyline outside my window. The museum's private car would arrive in an hour for the final contract signing. Your family's blowing up my phone too, Mara said. Your sister Louisa came by the studio yesterday. What did she want? To explain their side. Said they're about to lose the house. Nathan's moving back in with them since his research position got cut. Another text from my mother. Please come home. We need to talk as a family. Ezra stopped pacing. You know what's ironic? If they hadn't disowned you, your business wouldn't have grown this fast. You channeled all that hurt into your work. Speaking of work, Mara picked up a piece from my latest collection. A phoenix rising from twisted metal and broken glass. This is different, darker. It's for the museum installation, I said. I'm calling it Family Ties. My phone rang. Dad. I let it go to voicemail. You could save them, Ezra said quietly. 20 million would clear their debts, with plenty left over. I could, I agreed. But should I? Mara stood up, walking to the phoenix sculpture. Remember what you told me when you started this, about seeing beauty in broken things? This is different. Is it? She turned the piece, watching light play through the glass. Maybe this is your chance to transform something broken into something beautiful. My phone buzzed again. A text from Nathan. They're auctioning off Mom's jewelry tomorrow, even her wedding ring. They made their choice, I said. But my voice wavered. Ezra sat down, pulling up something on his laptop. Look at this. I've been running numbers. You could buy the dealership for pennies on the dollar right now. Transform it into an electric vehicle showroom. Your sustainable brand, plus their existing infrastructure. It could work, Mara added. But only if you want it to. A knock at the door interrupted us. A courier with a thick envelope. Inside was a letter from my father, handwritten. Melanie, I've written this letter 100 times in my head. Nothing sounds right. Nothing can excuse what we did. You were always the strongest of us, the most genuine. We were too blind to see it. I'm not asking for money. I'm asking for a chance to be the father I should have been. To be the family you deserved. We're losing everything, but that's not why I'm writing. We lost what mattered most the day we signed those papers. We lost you. I'm proud of you. Not because of your success, but because of who you are. Who you've always been. Love. Dad. The paper shook in my hands. Mel? Mara asked softly. He said he's proud of me, I whispered. For the first time in my life. Ezra closed his laptop. The museum contract doesn't need to be signed today. We could postpone. My phone buzzed one final time. A text from Louisa. Mom's in the hospital. Stress and exhaustion. She keeps asking for you. I looked at the phoenix sculpture, its broken pieces, forming something new, something stronger. Call the car, I said. We're making a stop before the museum. Where? Mara asked, though her smile suggested she already knew. The bank. I need to make some arrangements. And then, Ezra was already dialing. I picked up the phoenix, carefully wrapping it. Then we're going to save a family. But on my terms. What are you thinking? Mara asked. A new company, sustainable luxury vehicles, electric showrooms with my art installations, a complete reinvention of what the family business means. With you in charge, Ezra added. With me in charge, I agreed. They want to be family again. Fine, but we do it my way. No more hiding who I am. No more shame about being different. The prodigal daughter returns, Mara smiled, but this time, she's the one with the power. I looked at my father's letter again. Sometimes the things we break can be rebuilt stronger, but first, everyone has to admit they're broken. The car arrived as I finished packing the phoenix. It seemed fitting. This piece about resurrection would now witness one. Ready? Mara asked. I nodded, tucking the letter into my pocket. Time to show them what family really means and what it costs. We headed down to the waiting car, the phoenix carefully cradled in my arms. Its glass wings caught the sunlight, sending fragments of light dancing across the walls, broken pieces coming together to create something unexpected, something beautiful, just like family should be. The hospital waiting room fell silent as I walked in, the phoenix sculpture still in my arms. My siblings looked up from their phones, their faces a mix of surprise and relief. "You came," Wendy said, standing. "Where is she?" I asked. "Room 304. Louisa answered. "Dad's with her." Nathan stepped forward. "The doctors say it's mostly exhaustion, and—" "Save it," I cut him off. "We're having a family meeting. Now. Conference room down the hall. All of you." They exchanged glances, but followed me. The phoenix found its temporary home on the conference room table, its shadows dancing across their tired faces. "Before we see Mom," I said, pulling out a stack of papers, "we're going to get some things straight." "Is that—" Wendy started, recognizing legal documents. "A new company structure?" "Yes." I laid out the papers. "The dealership gets restructured into Phoenix Electric, Sustainable Luxury Vehicles. I'll clear the debts, invest in electric infrastructure, and integrate my art installations into the showrooms." Their eyes widened at the numbers. "But," I continued, "there are conditions." "Of course there are," Nathan muttered. "First, I'm CEO. Non-negotiable. Dad becomes chairman emeritus. Advisory role only. Each of you gets shares based on your contribution to the new vision, not family ties." Wendy reached for the papers. I pulled them back. "I'm not finished. Second condition. The old family dynamics die today. No more judgment about life choices. No more forcing people into boxes they don't fit in." "Is this revenge?" Louisa asked quietly. "No." I picked up the phoenix. "It's resurrection. But first, you need to understand what you did." I faced each of them. "Wendy, you drafted the papers to disown me. Louisa, you mocked my little hobby every chance you got. Nathan, you couldn't even look at me that night. Each of you chose status over sister." The room fell silent, except for the hum of fluorescent lights. "We were wrong," Wendy whispered. "Say it louder." "We were wrong." She stood up, tears in her eyes. "I was wrong. I let my own insecurities about success blind me. You built something amazing while I chased other people's definitions of achievement." Louisa joined her. "I was jealous. You had the courage to follow your passion while I followed expectations." "I'm so sorry, Mel." Nathan remained seated. "I was a coward," he said simply. "I knew they were wrong about you, but I stayed quiet. It was easier." I set the phoenix down. "That's a start. Now, about Mom and Dad." The door opened. My father stood there, looking older than I'd ever seen him. "I heard everything," he said. "The nurses said you were here, and I—" He trailed off, staring at the phoenix. "Dad, no." He held up his hand. "My turn." He walked to the sculpture, touching it gently. "This is beautiful, like everything you create." I was too proud, too stuck in my ways to see it. "To see you." "The company," Wendy started. "Isn't what matters," he cut her off. "Your mother's upstairs wondering if she'll ever see her daughter again. Not because of the money or the business, but because we threw away our child for nothing." I felt tears threatening, but held them back. "Not nothing. You threw me away for appearances, for status, for the family name. And look where that got us." He gestured to the hospital walls. "Our name means nothing now, but you built something real, something meaningful." He picked up the papers, reading quickly. "These terms, they're more than fair, more than we deserve." "Dad, you'd be giving up control," Nathan pointed out. "Good," he said firmly. "Look what my control did to this family." He turned to me. "The company is yours. The family, that's up to you." I took a deep breath. "Mom first. Then we sign." We rode the elevator in silence. Outside room 304, I stopped them. "One more thing," I said. "That disownment paper, I want it destroyed. Publicly, at the first board meeting of Phoenix Electric." "Done," they said in unison. My mother was awake, looking small in the hospital bed. When she saw me, she started crying. My baby, she reached out. I'm so sorry, so sorry. I took her hand, feeling its trembles. I know, Mom, I know. We can't take it back, she said through tears. But can we try again, please? I looked around at my family, broken, humbled, but here. Like the materials I worked with, sometimes the most damaged pieces could be transformed into something stronger. Yes, I said, squeezing her hand. But this time, we do it right. All of us. The phoenix on the conference room table caught the setting sun, sending ribbons of light through the hospital window. Sometimes, I thought, resurrection comes at a price. But if everyone's willing to pay it, the result can be beautiful. The Phoenix Electric showroom gleamed under spotlight and camera flashes. My latest installation, a massive chandelier made from recycled car parts, dominated the entrance. Reporters jostled for position as my father cut the ribbon. And with that, he announced, "We welcome you to the future of sustainable luxury." Mara appeared at my elbow. Channel 7 wants an interview with the CEO. The CEO is busy admiring her work. I smiled, watching potential customers stream in. Ezra rushed over with his tablet. Pre-orders are insane. The sustainable luxury market is eating this up. Your art installations are trending on every platform. My mother touched my arm gently, a new habit she'd developed, as if making sure I was real. "Melanie, darling, the governor's asking about commissioning a piece for the State House. Tell him to call my assistant." I winked. I'm very exclusive these days. Across the showroom, Wendy was explaining our innovative financing programs to a group of investors. Louisa had taken a part-time position, heading our medical transport division. Even Nathan had found his place, leading our research partnership with local universities. Ms. Gonzalez, a reporter, pushed forward. "How does it feel to revolutionize a traditional family business?" Before I could answer, my father stepped in. "My daughter didn't just revolutionize the business," he said proudly. "She saved it by being exactly who she always was." The reporter's eyebrows shot up. Even after the family drama, our sources say there was quite a rift. I met my father's eyes. Sometimes rifts create space for new foundations. Speaking of foundations, Ezra interrupted. Tablet extended. The Sustainable Arts Foundation called. They want you to head their board. My mother squeezed my hand. "Go," she whispered. "We can handle things here." I shook my head. "Family first, business second. That's our new motto, remember." The showroom continued filling with people, admiring both the vehicles and the art. Each piece told a story of transformation, from the chandelier above to the small phoenix sculpture still perched on my desk. "Mel," Mara called out, "your sister's looking for you. Something about the community outreach program?" I found Louisa in the conference room, surrounded by blueprints. "We got approved," she announced. "The Youth Art Center can break ground next month." "In the old dealership lot?" "Where else?" she smiled. "From car sales to creating opportunities, very on brand for the new US. Nathan poked his head in. "Mom's getting emotional again. Dad's trying to handle it, but..." I followed him to find our mother wiping tears, surrounded by concerned guests. "Mom," I touched her shoulder. "You okay?" She pulled me into a hug. "I just never imagined all of this. You've made something so beautiful, inside and out." "We made it," I corrected her. "Once we stopped breaking things and started fixing them." Wendy joined us, champagne in hand. "To fixing things," she raised her glass. "And to my sister, who taught us that sometimes the most valuable things are the ones we almost throw away." The evening wound down. As the last guests left, my family gathered under the chandelier. Its shadows danced across our faces, broken pieces creating patterns none of us could have predicted. "The disownment papers," my father said suddenly. "We never did destroy them publicly." I walked to my office, returning with a document that had changed everything. "Actually," I said, "I had other plans for these." I handed pieces to each family member. Together, we walked to the art installation in the center of the showroom. A massive glass furnace, part of my live demonstration space. The phoenix rises, I said, opening the furnace door. But first, the old has to burn. One by one, we fed the papers into the flames. As they burned, I reached for the glass-blowing tools. Watch, I told them, gathering the molten glass mixed with the paper's ashes. This is how you make beauty from pain. Hours later, a new piece sat cooling. A small family of glass figures, their cores containing the ashes of our worst moment, transformed into something new. It's us, my mother whispered. It's who we are now, I corrected. Not perfect, not unbroken, but stronger where we were broken. Ezra and Mara found us still there, admiring the piece. Ready to call it a night, boss? Ezra asked. I looked at my family, really looked at them. At my father's proud smile, my mother's gentle touch, my siblings' relaxed poses. At how far we'd come from that night, they'd tried to disown me. Actually, I said, I think we're just getting started. The chandelier above caught the last light of day, sending fragments of rainbow across the showroom floor. Like family, like art, like life itself, sometimes the most beautiful things come from knowing exactly which pieces to keep, which to transform, and which to let go. Come on, I told them all. Let's go home. And this time, I knew exactly what that meant.
The screen of my phone glowed mockingly in the darkness of my bedroom, displaying a balance I couldn't comprehend. $12.47. Just yesterday, there had been over $40,000 in my account. Every penny I'd saved since I was 16. My hands trembled as I refreshed the app again and again, hoping it was just a glitch. My name is Caroline, and I thought I knew what betrayal felt like. I was wrong. A notification popped up, a text from my mother. Honey, we borrowed some money for Claire's wedding. Don't worry, we'll pay you back once everything settles down. This is for the family's joy. The room started spinning. I grabbed my keys and drove to my parents' house, still wearing my pajamas. The lights were on despite it being 11 p.m. Through the window, I could see Mom and Claire hunched over bridal magazines at the kitchen table, giggling like schoolgirls. I burst through the door without knocking. What did you do? Mom looked up, her smile faltering slightly. Caroline, what are you doing here so late? My money, I said, my voice cracking. How did you even access my account? Claire's eyes widened. What's going on? Your sister's being dramatic, Mom said, waving her hand dismissively. We needed the money for your wedding venue deposit. The Riverside Garden books up years in advance, and they had a last-minute cancellation. $40,000? I couldn't keep the tremor from my voice. That was everything I had. Oh, please, Mom rolled her eyes. You're always so selfish. This is your sister's special day. Besides, you're not even dating anyone. What were you saving for? My future. My independence. Maybe my own wedding someday? The words came out in a rush. You had no right? Dad appeared in the doorway, still in his work clothes. What's all the shouting about? They stole my money, I said, turning to him. Dad, they cleaned out my account. Borrowed, Mom corrected. And we're co-signers on that account, sweetheart. We've always had access. The account I opened when I was 16, I said slowly. The one you were supposed to remove yourselves from when I turned 18. Remember that conversation? Dad at least had the decency to look uncomfortable. Mara, we should have discussed this with Caroline first. There wasn't time. Mom stood up, spreading her arms. The venue needed an answer today. Do you know how many people would kill for a June wedding at Riverside Garden? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Claire. Claire finally spoke up. I didn't know it was Caroline's money. Of course you didn't, I spat. You never have to know where anything comes from. Everything just magically appears for precious Claire. That's enough. Mom slammed her hand on the table. I won't have you ruining this special time with your jealousy. The money will be repaid after the wedding. After the wedding? I laughed bitterly. With what? The money you don't have? Is that why you stole from me in the first place? We did not steal, Mom began, but I cut her off. I worked 3 jobs through college. I saved every scholarship dollar. I lived on ramen while Claire got a new car for her 20th birthday.
And now you take everything I've worked for without even asking? Caroline! Dad stepped forward, reaching for my arm. Let's talk about this rationally. I jerked away from him. Don't touch me. You're just as bad as she is. You always stand there and let her do whatever she wants. I'm sorry, Claire whispered, tears welling in her eyes. I didn't want it to be like this. No, I said, backing toward the door. You never want it to be like this. You just want everything handed to you and someone else to deal with the consequences. Mom followed me. Where are you going? Don't be ridiculous. Come back inside and we'll discuss this like adults. I turned to face her one last time. Adults ask before taking something that doesn't belong to them. Adults respect boundaries. You're not adults. You're thieves. As I drove home, my phone buzzed repeatedly with messages from all three of them. I ignored them all. In my apartment, I sat in the dark, staring at the wedding invitation that had arrived last week. The elaborate script announced Claire and Trenton's perfect day at the prestigious Riverside Garden. My perfect sister, my perfect parents, their perfect lies. I picked up my phone and dialed. Elise, I need your help with something. It's almost midnight, my best friend answered groggily. What's wrong? Everything, I said, my voice steady for the first time that night. And I'm going to make them pay for it. Elise sat across from me at our usual coffee shop booth the next morning, her eyes wide as I showed her my empty bank account. They can't do this. It's illegal, right? Apparently they can, I said, stirring my untouched coffee. I called the bank. Since they're still co-signers, technically they had authorization. But you're 26. Why were they still? Because I trusted them. The words tasted bitter. I never thought they'd... My phone buzzed again, Claire's face lighting up the screen for the 10th time that morning. I declined the call. You have to answer eventually, Elise said gently. Watch me not. I switched my phone to silent. You know what the worst part is? Mom's already posting about the perfect venue on social media. Look. I showed Elise my mother's Facebook post. Dreams do come true. So blessed to announce Claire and Trenton's wedding will be at the prestigious Riverside Garden. Perfect day. Blessed mother. June wedding. The comments are making me sick, I said. You must be so proud. Claire deserves nothing but the best. If they only knew. The bell above the cafe door chimed and I froze. Dad walked in, scanning the room until he spotted me. Caroline, he said, approaching our table, you're not answering your phone. Funny how that works. Kind of like how you didn't answer when I tried calling about accessing my account yesterday. He shifted uncomfortably. I was in meetings all day. Right, important meetings. Always too important to stop Mom when she goes too far. I'll leave you two to talk. Elise started to slide out of the booth, but I grabbed her arm. Stay, please. Dad pulled up a chair. Your mother and I discussed it, and we understand you're upset. Upset? I laughed. Dad, you stole my life savings. Borrowed, he corrected automatically, then winced when I slammed my cup down. Stop saying that. You can't borrow without asking. You can't borrow what you can't repay. Where's this money supposedly coming from? He loosened his tie. We have some investments we can liquidate after the wedding. Investments? I leaned forward. What investments? Last month you were complaining about second mortgaging the house for Claire's grad school. We'll figure it out, he said weakly. Caroline, please. Your sister is devastated. She's been crying all morning. Good. Don't be like that. She's your sister. And I'm your daughter. My voice cracked. Several cafe patrons turned to stare. Did either of you think about that? Did you think about what this money meant to me? Of course we did, but sometimes families make sacrifices. No, I cut him off. Claire doesn't sacrifice. Mom doesn't sacrifice. You don't sacrifice. I'm the only one who ever has to give anything up. Dad reached across the table for my hand. I pulled back. Remember when I got into Stanford? I asked quietly. Full academic scholarship, but I still needed money for housing and books. Mom said we couldn't afford it. I went to state instead. 2 months later, Claire got her BMW. That was different. How? How was it different? He had no answer. Get out, I said. Caroline, get out. He stood slowly, looking older than I'd ever seen him. We love you, both of you, equally. That's the biggest lie you've ever told. I turned to stare out the window, refusing to watch him leave. After the bell chimed again, Elise squeezed my hand. Are you okay? No. I pulled out the wedding invitation, running my finger over the embossed letters. But I will be. What are you thinking? I'm thinking about karma. I met her eyes, and how sometimes it needs a little help. My phone buzzed with a text from Claire. Please talk to me. I didn't know it was your money. I'll find another venue. No, you won't, I muttered, typing back. Keep the venue. You deserve your perfect day. I'll be there. Don't worry. Elise raised an eyebrow. That's surprisingly forgiving of you. I showed her my screen, where I'd pulled up Boston's Instagram profile. He was a social media manager I knew through mutual friends, and more importantly, he had over 100,000 followers. They want a perfect wedding? I smiled for the first time in 24 hours. I'll make sure everyone remembers it. Caroline, Elise warned, whatever you're planning. They took everything I had, I said, hitting the message button on Boston's profile. Now I'm going to take the only thing they care about, their precious reputation. The cafe bell chimed again. This time it was my mother, clutching her designer purse like a shield. I stood up, gathering my things. Not today, Mom. I've got a wedding to prepare for. You want me to do what? Boston leaned back in his chair at the trendy downtown bar, eyebrows raised. Make it go viral, I repeated, sliding my phone across the table. The bank statement was still open on the screen. I want everyone to know exactly how my sister's dream wedding is being funded. He whistled low. That's cold, Caroline, even for you. Colder than stealing someone's entire savings? Fair point. He took a sip of his beer. But have you thought this through? Once something's online, it's there forever. Good. I pulled out my notebook, flipping to a fresh page. I want it to be permanent. Hey guys! A familiar voice cut through the bar's ambient noise. My stomach dropped as Trenton, Claire's fiancé, approached our table. Trent, Boston stood to give him a quick hug. Didn't expect to see you here. Just grabbing drinks with some work friends. His eyes landed on me. Caroline, perfect timing. Claire's been trying to reach you. I've been busy, I said flatly. Listen. He pulled up a chair uninvited. I heard about what happened with the money. I had no idea. Save it, I cut him off. You're just as bad as she is. Living in your fantasy world where everything works out perfectly because someone else pays the price. His face reddened. That's not fair. I offered to help pay for the venue when I found out. With what? I laughed. Your entry-level salary? The same one you used to justify Claire paying for your dates all through college? Caroline, Boston warned. No. Let her finish, Trenton said, jaw tight. Clearly she's been holding on to this for a while. You're damn right I have. I leaned forward. You've been living off my sister's allowance for years, and now you're living off my stolen savings. You're a parasite, Trenton. He stood abruptly, chair scraping against the floor. I came here to make peace. Claire's devastated. Your parents are trying to make it right. Why can't you just what? Roll over? Accept it? Like I always do? Maybe if you weren't so bitter about everything? Get out, I said, my voice deadly quiet, before I start telling everyone here exactly what kind of man you are. He left without another word. Boston waited until he was gone before speaking. Well, that was intense. He deserved it. Maybe. Boston picked up my phone again. But you might want to be more careful. Element of surprise and all that. He had a point. I took a deep breath, refocusing. So, will you help me? I don't know, Caroline, this is pretty nuclear. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Drop whatever you're planning. Some things should stay in the family. I showed it to Boston. See, they're already trying to silence me. He frowned. Who sent that? Probably one of Mom's country club friends. She's been telling everyone I'm having a mental episode. I rolled my eyes. Classic deflection. What exactly do you want to do? I pulled out the wedding invitation. June 15th, Riverside Garden. I'm going to stand up during the ceremony and tell everyone exactly how this wedding was funded. I want you to make sure it spreads beyond just the guests. That's specific. I've had time to think about it. I showed him my notes. I'll need multiple camera angles, live streaming capabilities, maybe even... Caroline? A soft voice interrupted. I looked up to see Elise, who was supposed to meet us later. You're early, I said. Yeah. She sat down, looking troubled. I just came from your parents' house. My stomach clenched. Why were you there? Claire called me. She's a mess, Caroline. She's talking about canceling the wedding. Good. Is it? Elise challenged. Will that get your money back? Will it make you feel better? Yes, I said, but my voice wavered. You're lying. She reached for my hand. I know you're hurt. You have every right to be. But this path you're on... Don't, I pulled away. Don't try to talk me out of this. I'm not. I'm asking you to think about what happens after. When the video goes viral, when the family's torn apart, when there's no going back, what then? My phone buzzed again. Another unknown number. Last warning. Back off. I showed it to them both. See? They're threatening me now. Still think I should back down? Boston and Elise exchanged looks. Actually, Boston said slowly, this might work in our favor. Keep those texts. Document everything. If we're going to do this, let's do it right. I smiled, feeling the first flutter of victory. So you'll help? He nodded. But we do this my way. Professional, calculated, no emotional outbursts. Deal. I raised my glass. To karma. To karma, he echoed, but Elise remained silent, watching me with worried eyes. I ignored her concern. There was no turning back now. Are you sure about this? Boston asked, adjusting the tiny camera hidden in what looked like a normal brooch. Once we start, there's no going back. We were sitting in his home office, surrounded by various pieces of recording equipment. 3 weeks had passed since the confrontation at the bar, and the wedding was now just 10 days away. I'm sure. I pinned the brooch to my jacket, checking its position in the mirror. How's the audio quality? Crystal clear. He played back a test recording. But Caroline, these threatening texts you've been getting, maybe we should report them. I shook my head. They're just trying to scare me. Besides, we need them for the story. My phone lit up with another message from Claire. Just picked up my dress. Wish you'd been there. Miss you. I ignored it, just like I'd ignored the dozens before it. The bridal shower invitation, the rehearsal dinner details, the desperate voicemails. Your sister's really trying, Boston observed, watching me delete the message. She's really trying to pretend everything's normal, I corrected, just like always. The doorbell rang. Boston checked his security camera feed. It's Elise. She burst in moments later, waving a stack of papers. You're not going to believe what I found. What is it? I asked as she spread the documents across Boston's desk. Bank statements, credit card bills, loan applications. She pointed to highlighted sections. Your parents are completely underwater. They've been living on credit for years, trying to maintain their lifestyle. I leaned in closer. Where did you get these? I have a friend who works at their bank. She owed me a favor. Elise looked uncomfortable. What they did to you? It wasn't just cruel. It was desperate. They're on the verge of bankruptcy. All the more reason to expose them, I said. They're frauds. Caroline, Elise's voice softened. They're drowning. Maybe if you talk to them? No, I gathered the papers. This is perfect. Now we can show everyone exactly who they are. Boston cleared his throat. I've been thinking, maybe we should have a backup plan. What if someone tries to stop you during the ceremony? That's why I need you both there, I said. Multiple angles, multiple devices streaming. If I get shut down, one of you keeps recording. I don't know, Elise hesitated. This feels wrong. Wrong? I spun to face her. You know what's wrong? This bill for Claire's wedding dress. I pointed to one of the statements. $10,000. That's 2 months of my savings right there. For one dress she'll wear once. I'm not defending them, Elise said, but a sharp knock at the door cut her off. Boston checked the camera and paled. It's your dad. What? I grabbed the documents, shoving them into my bag. How did he know I was here? Probably followed me, Elise admitted. I saw his car earlier, but thought I lost him. The knocking grew louder. Caroline? I know you're in there. Please, we need to talk. Boston pointed to his back door. Go, I'll handle him. I slipped out just as Boston opened the front door. From around the corner, I heard my father's voice. Where is she? Mr. Graham, Boston said firmly, this is private property. She's my daughter, who clearly doesn't want to speak with you. I texted Elise. Meet me at our backup location. 20 minutes later, we regrouped at a small cafe across town. Boston joined us shortly after. Your dad's gone, he reported. But he left this. He handed me an envelope. Inside was a check for $5,000 and a note. It's a start. Please let us make this right. I ripped both in half. Caroline, Elise protested. It's not about the money anymore, I said. It's about the lies, the manipulation, everything they've hidden for years while pretending to be the perfect family. Speaking of hiding, Boston pulled out his laptop. I've got the live stream set up ready. Multiple platforms, impossible to shut down completely. The moment you start talking, it'll go live. I nodded, touching the brooch. Good, and the audio? Crystal clear, like I said, but... He hesitated. Are you absolutely sure you want to do this? It's not too late to back out. My phone buzzed with another anonymous text. Final chance. Walk away or face the consequences. I showed them the message. See? They're still trying to control me. Still trying to silence me. Well, not anymore. I stood up, gathering my things. The rehearsal dinner is in 3 days. I need you both there, testing the equipment, making sure everything works perfectly. And then? Elise asked quietly. And then, I smiled grimly, my sister gets exactly the wedding day she deserves. As I walked out, I heard Elise whisper to Boston, I'm scared for her. I'm scared for all of them, he replied. They should be, I thought. The perfect family was about to get a very public wake-up call. The morning of the wedding dawned bright and clear. Perfect weather for destroying my family's reputation. I stood in front of my mirror, adjusting the pale blue bridesmaid's dress Claire had chosen months ago. The brooch camera was hidden perfectly among the beading. My phone lit up with a text from Boston. Equipment check at 9. Don't be late. I grabbed my purse and headed for the door, only to find Elise waiting in the hallway. You shouldn't be alone today, she said simply. The drive to Riverside Garden was silent. The venue looked like something from a fairy tale, with its manicured lawns and cascading flower arrangements. A banner across the entrance read, Claire and Trenton's perfect day. Subtle, I muttered. Boston met us at the side entrance, laptop in hand. Testing, testing. Camera 1, say something. I hate everything about this place. Audio's perfect. He checked his screen. Camera 2? Elise touched her necklace, another hidden camera. Testing. All systems go. Boston looked up. Last chance to back out. Before I could respond, my mother's voice rang out across the garden. Caroline! There you are! She hurried over, perfect makeup already in place, designer dress rustling. Why aren't you at the bridal suite? Claire's been asking for you. I needed some air. Well, come on. She grabbed my arm. The photographer wants pictures of the sisters getting ready together. I caught Boston's eye. He nodded slightly. The cameras were rolling. The bridal suite was chaos. Makeup artists, hairdressers, and Claire in the middle of it all, looking like a princess in her expensive dress, my stolen savings wrapped in white silk and lace. Caroline! She jumped up, eyes watery. You came. I'm a bridesmaid, aren't I? She hugged me tight. I've missed you so much. I'm so sorry about everything. Are you? I pulled back. Or are you just sorry I found out? Girls, Mom warned. Not today. Right, I smiled coldly. Today's perfect, just like everything else in Claire's life. The makeup artist approached with her brush. Ready for touch-ups? I'll do my own, I said quickly, not wanting anyone to notice the brooch. Claire caught my arm as I turned away. Can we talk? Please? Just for a minute? I followed her to a private corner, aware of the camera recording every moment. I tried to give it back, she whispered. The venue deposit, but they said it was non-refundable. How convenient. I'm serious. I feel terrible. Trenton and I even talked about postponing, but you didn't. Mom said it would be a waste. Of my money? She flinched. That's not fair. None of this is fair, Claire, but you're still going through with it. Because I love him. Tears welled in her eyes. And I love you. You're my sister. Please don't let this ruin everything. For a moment, just a moment, I wavered. Then my phone buzzed. Another anonymous text. Last warning, don't do this to your family. My resolve hardened. You should finish getting ready. Wouldn't want to ruin your perfect makeup. The next few hours passed in a blur of photographs, last-minute adjustments, and carefully orchestrated moments. Mom kept trying to create picture-perfect scenes of sisterly love, while Dad hovered anxiously in the background. Finally, guests began arriving. I watched from a window as Boston and Elise took their strategic positions, one near the front, one in the middle, both with clear views of the altar. 5 minutes, the wedding coordinator called out. Claire appeared beside me, radiant in her final moments of preparation. How do I look? Like $40,000, I said quietly. She paled. Caroline. Places, everyone. The coordinator clapped her hands. Bridesmaids, line up. As we took our positions, I felt my phone buzz one last time. Not an anonymous threat this time, but a message from Dad. Whatever you're planning, please remember, you can't take it back. I deleted it without responding. The wedding march began to play. One by one, we processed down the aisle. I could feel Mom beaming from the front row, Dad looking nervous beside her. Boston gave me a subtle nod as I passed. Elise wouldn't meet my eyes. I took my place at the altar, watching Claire float down the aisle on Dad's arm. She looked beautiful, perfect, everything she'd always been and I'd never managed to become. The minister began to speak. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today. My hand touched the brooch. In moments, everything would change. The perfect family would shatter. The perfect wedding would become a viral scandal. If anyone has any reason why these two should not be joined in marriage, I took a deep breath. This was it. My moment of truth. Claire turned slightly, catching my eye. For the first time in weeks, I really looked at my sister, and what I saw made me hesitate, but only for a moment. Actually, I stepped forward, my voice carrying across the suddenly silent church. I do have a reason. Claire's face crumpled. Caroline, please. Everyone here thinks this is a perfect wedding, I continued, my voice growing stronger. A perfect couple, a perfect family, but it's all built on lies. Mom stood up. Caroline, stop this right now. No, Mom, I won't stop. Not anymore. I turned to address the guests directly. You want to know how this perfect wedding was funded? With stolen money? My money. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. I could see Boston's red recording light blinking steadily. $40,000, I announced. Every penny I'd saved since I was 16. They took it all, without asking, without permission, to pay for this. I gestured at the elaborate decorations. Because heaven forbid Claire doesn't get exactly what she wants. That's enough. Dad started moving toward me. Is it? I pulled out the bank statements Elise had found. Should we talk about the second mortgage, the maxed out credit cards, all to maintain this perfect image? Security! Mom called out. 2 men in black suits started moving up the aisle. Go ahead, I laughed. Remove me, but you can't remove the truth. This whole thing is streaming live right now. Gasps echoed through the church. Phones started appearing in people's hands, already searching for the feed. She's lying, Mom announced desperately. She's just jealous of her sister's happiness. Am I? I pulled out my phone, projecting screenshots of my bank account onto the wall using the church's presentation system. Boston's technical setup working perfectly. Here's my account before and after, the same day they booked this venue. Trenton stepped forward. Claire, did you know about this? Claire's perfect makeup was streaking with tears. I didn't know at first. When I found out, she knew. I cut in. She always knows. She just pretends not to see the damage she causes. The security guards reached me. One grabbed my arm. Touch me and it gets worse, I warned. I have years of evidence. Every time they chose her over me. Every sacrifice I was forced to make while she got everything. Stop! Claire screamed. She ripped off her veil. Just stop! You're right, okay? You're right about everything. The church fell silent. I knew, she continued, voice shaking. I knew they took your money. I knew it was wrong. But I was scared to say no to Mom, scared to be anything less than perfect, scared to disappoint everyone like you always did, Mom gasped. Claire. No, Mom. Caroline's right. We're frauds. All of us. Claire turned to Trenton. I'm sorry. I can't do this. I can't start our marriage with stolen money and lies. Trenton stared at her for a long moment, then walked out without a word. The church erupted in chaos. Do you see what you've done? Mom advanced on me, face contorted with rage. You've ruined everything. No, Mom, you did that. The moment you decided your image was worth more than your daughter's future, Dad finally spoke up. She's right, Mara. This has to stop. John, don't you dare. I'm done enabling this. He turned to the guests. My daughter is telling the truth. We stole her money. We've been living a lie, and I'm ashamed. The security guards released me, clearly unsure what to do in this situation. Phones were recording everywhere now. I could practically see the social media storm brewing. Caroline, Claire approached me, mascara streaking down her face. I know it's too late, but I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I looked at my sister, really looked at her. Behind the perfect facade, I saw something I'd never noticed before. Fear. The same fear I'd lived with my whole life, of never being enough. It's not too late, I said quietly. It's just the truth. Finally. Mom collapsed into a pew, her carefully constructed world crumbling around her. Dad sat beside her, looking both defeated and relieved. Boston appeared at my side. It's trending already. Top story on 3 platforms. Elise joined us, her camera still recording. What now? I looked around at the destroyed wedding, the shocked guests, my broken family, the perfect day shattered by truth. Now, I said, unpinning the brooch camera. We stop pretending. I walked down the aisle, past the whispers and stares, past the scattered rose petals and abandoned programs. At the door, I turned back one last time. Claire stood alone at the altar, still in her perfect dress, looking more real than she ever had before. Mom sobbed in the front pew while Dad stared straight ahead. The perfect family finally exposed. I stepped out into the sunlight, feeling lighter than I had in years. The truth had cost me my family, but lies had already done that long ago. At least now everyone knew it. 3 days after the wedding that wasn't, my video had over 5 million views. Perfect family fraud was trending, and my inbox was flooded with messages from strangers sharing similar stories of family betrayal. You've got another interview request, Boston said, scrolling through his phone. We were sitting in his office, monitoring the fallout. Morning show wants you live tomorrow. No more interviews. I closed my laptop, pushing away from the endless social media storm. I've said everything I needed to say. My phone rang. Claire's number. I'd been ignoring her calls since the wedding, but this time something made me answer. Hello? I moved out, she said without preamble. I'm staying at a hotel. What about Trenton? He's gone. Said he couldn't trust me anymore. Her voice cracked. Mom's not speaking to me since I defended you to the local news. You defended me? Of course I did. You told the truth. Something I should have done a long time ago. A knock at Boston's door interrupted us. Through the security camera, I saw Dad standing outside, looking haggard. I have to go, I told Claire. Wait, can we meet? Please, I need to talk to you properly. I hesitated. I'll think about it. Boston opened the door. Dad stepped in holding a thick envelope. Caroline, he said, looking years older than he had at the wedding. We need to talk. About what? How the country club kicked you out? How Mom's perfect reputation is ruined? About this. He placed the envelope on the desk. It's everything we own. The house, the cars, our investments, what's left of them. We're selling it all. I opened the envelope, scanning the documents. Why are you showing me this? Because it's yours. He sat heavily in a chair. All of it. To sell and recoup what we took from you. Dad, no, let me finish. He pulled out another paper. Your mother doesn't know I'm here. She's not well. The exposure, the shame. She had a breakdown yesterday. My stomach twisted. Is she okay? She's getting help. Professional help. Finally. He smiled sadly. It turns out our perfect family had more cracks than even you knew about. Boston quietly excused himself, leaving us alone. I failed you, Dad continued. I failed both my daughters by enabling your mother's obsession with appearances, by not standing up when I should have, by letting fear of confrontation destroy our family. Why now? I asked. Why are you suddenly willing to admit all this? Because I watched that video, not just at the wedding, but afterward. I saw my daughter's face as she exposed our lies. I saw what we'd done to you, really saw it, maybe for the first time. My phone buzzed. Another message from Claire. I found my old diary. Remember when Mom made you give up your school play lead so I could have it? I'm so sorry. I have so much to make up for. Dad noticed my expression. Claire? Yeah, she misses you. He leaned forward. We all do, but we understand if you never want to see us again. I stared at the documents. The house isn't worth $40,000. No, it's worth much more. Along with everything else, it should cover what we took, with interest. And Mom agreed to this? Mom doesn't get a vote anymore. His voice hardened. I've separated our finances, filed for divorce, 27 years of enabling her ends now. Divorce? I sat back, shocked. But your perfect marriage was as fake as everything else. He stood up. I'll have my lawyer contact you about the property transfers, unless what? Unless you're willing to try family counseling first. All of us. No pretenses, no perfect image to maintain, just truth. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Elise. Have you seen the news? Your story's inspiring people to speak up about financial abuse in families. You're making a difference. I looked at Dad, really looked at him. The proud man who'd always hidden behind Mom's decisions was gone. In his place was someone I barely recognized, someone real. I'll think about it, I said finally. The counseling, but I'm keeping these. I picked up the documents. As insurance. He nodded. Fair enough? At the door he paused. For what it's worth, I'm proud of you. Not for exposing us, though we deserved it, but for being strong enough to stand up for yourself. Something I never did. After he left, Boston came back in. You okay? No, I said honestly, but maybe someday. My phone lit up with a text from Claire. Remember when we were kids? Before Mom's perfect family obsession? When we were just sisters who loved each other? I miss that. I miss you. I stared at the message for a long time before finally replying. Coffee tomorrow? Just us. No perfect daughters, no pretenses, just truth. Her response was immediate. Yes, please. Thank you. Maybe some things broken could be rebuilt. Not perfectly, but honestly. And maybe that was better than perfect anyway. The coffee shop where Claire and I first met for reconciliation became our regular spot. Today, like every Wednesday for the past few weeks, she was already waiting at our usual table. You're late, she said, sliding my usual order across the table. Therapy ran long. I sat down, noticing the stack of papers beside her cup. What's that? My diary entries. I've been typing them up. She pushed them toward me. Every time I was chosen over you, every unfair advantage, every stolen opportunity. Claire, we've been through this. I know, but I need you to have them. For the book. I nearly choked on my coffee. What book? The one you should write. About financial abuse in families. About standing up to toxic patterns. She pulled out her phone. Look at these messages I got after sharing my side of the story online. The screen showed dozens of comments from people sharing similar experiences, siblings describing hidden resentments, children detailing stolen inheritances, families torn apart by financial favoritism. Your story matters, Claire said. Our story matters. The bell above the door chimed. Dad walked in, followed by our family therapist, Dr. Rivera. Sorry I'm late, Dad said, pulling up a chair. The realtor needed signatures. You sold the house? Claire asked. He nodded. Closing next week. Your mother's furious, but she signed the papers. How is she? I asked quietly. Better. The new medication helps. She's starting to understand what she did to this family with her obsession for perfection. He smiled sadly. She asked about you both yesterday. Actually asked, not just demanded. Dr. Rivera opened her notebook. Shall we begin? Caroline, you wanted to discuss boundaries going forward? Yes. I took a deep breath. I've decided what to do about the money. Everyone tensed. I don't want the house proceeds, I said, or any of the other assets. Caroline, Dad started, but I held up my hand. Let me finish. I don't want revenge anymore. What I want is change. I pulled out my own stack of papers. I'm starting a foundation for victims of family financial abuse to help them get legal aid, counseling, whatever they need to break free. Claire's eyes widened. That's amazing. I want to use what happened to us to help others, I continued. But I need your help, all of you, including Mom, when she's ready. How? Dad asked. By telling the truth, the whole truth. No more perfect family facade. No more hiding the ugly parts. I turned to Dr. Rivera. Would you help us develop a program? Something that addresses both the financial and emotional aspects? She smiled. I'd be honored. There's something else, Claire said, pulling out another paper. I found my old wedding dress receipt. I sold it yesterday. It's not $40,000, but... She slid a check across the table. Claire, please. Let me start making things right. My phone buzzed. A text from Boston. Morning Show still wants that interview, but they want all of you. The whole story, from every angle. Interested? I showed them the message. It won't be pretty, Dad warned. People will judge us. They already are, Claire pointed out. At least this way we can help others while we heal ourselves. Dr. Rivera made a note. This could be very therapeutic, but only if everyone's ready. I looked at my father, who had finally found his voice. At my sister, no longer hiding behind perfection. At the empty chair where Mom might someday sit, facing her own demons. I'm ready, I said. Me too. Claire reached for my hand. Dad nodded slowly. Together then. No more perfect lies. I texted Boston back. Set it up. But make sure they understand. This isn't about revenge anymore. It's about redemption. His response was immediate. That's an even better story. Claire laughed suddenly. Remember when all I wanted was a perfect wedding? Remember when all I wanted was revenge? I squeezed her hand. Maybe we both needed something else entirely. Truth, Dad said quietly. We all needed truth. Dr. Rivera closed her notebook. Same time next week? We nodded, standing to leave. Outside the coffee shop, Claire hugged me impulsively. Thank you, she whispered, for breaking our perfect family. We needed to break to become real. I hugged her back, feeling something I hadn't felt in years. Hope. Not for perfection, but for something better. Something honest. Dad cleared his throat. Your mother asked. She asked if she could watch the interview when it airs. Together. All of us. I met Claire's eyes. saw my own mix of fear and hope reflected there. Together, I agreed, but this time, we tell the whole truth. After all, real families aren't perfect, they're just perfectly honest about their imperfections. And finally, that's exactly what we were becoming.